Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
We've got just what you need right here at FemiWatch Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
We've got just what you need right here at FemiWatch Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
A very good morning to you and welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Omivi Idolo. President Bola Tinubu on Wednesday sent the 2026 to 2028 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy paper to the House of Representatives for consideration and approval. The letter was read during plenary by Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the session. In the letter, the President urged lawmakers to give the documents quick attention, noting that the 2026 budget of the federal government will be prepared using the fiscal assumptions and economic parameters contained in the approved medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper. He added that both documents were approved at the Federal Executive Council meeting held on December 3, 2025. Last week, the Federal Executive Council approved the fiscal projections for 2026 to 2028, setting an oil benchmark price of $64.85 per barrel and a budget exchange rate of 1,512 naira to a dollar for 2026. The medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper are key policy documents required under the Fiscal Responsibility Act. They outline the federal government's fiscal direction, macroeconomic assumptions, expected revenue, and spending priorities for 3 years. They help improve transparency, guide ministries, departments, and agencies, support investor planning, and strengthen legislative oversight, as the National Assembly must approve the medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper before the yearly budget is presented. President Bola Tinubu has expressed grave displeasure over the backlog of unpaid federal contractors and set up a high-level committee to resolve the issue and fund repayments. Briefing correspondent after the Federal Executive meeting in Abuja, Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, said the president was upset that about 2,000 contractors are owed. The committee includes the Minister of Finance, Budget and Economic Planning, Works, Education, Housing and Marine and Blue Economy, along with the Director General of the Budget Office of the Federation and the Chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service. They are tasked with developing a plan to allocate funds and report back to the President on a workable solution. The directive follows weeks of pressure from contractors over delays in payment for certified 2024 projects, with outstanding debts reported at more than 4 trillion naira. Earlier verification by the Ministry of Works confirmed about 1.5 trillion naira owed on federal highway contracts. Budget implementation complications, including overlapping 2024 and 2025 capital budgets, have further delayed payments. On November 12, lawmakers approved an additional 1.15 trillion naira in domestic borrowing, while the government also raised $2.35 billion from Eurobond markets to booster financing. Onanuga added that the president indicated borrowing remains an option if necessary to clear contractor debts, underscoring the urgency of resolving the long-standing payment bottlenecks. The federal government has announced that the newly launched power sector liquidity bond, designed to clear decades-long 4 trillion naira debts owed to electricity generation companies, will be fully captured in Nigeria's medium-term expenditure framework. A move, officials say, strengthens its credibility and guarantees repayment. Speaking during a virtual investor forum on Thursday, officials from the Federal Ministries of Finance and Power said the bond, backed by a sovereign guarantee, is a central pillar of the presidential power sector debt reduction program. Cardinal Stone Partners Group Managing Director Michael Nzewi told investors that listing the 4 trillion naira obligation in the MTEF elevates it to a statutory government commitment, distinguishing it from previous failed interventions. The government has already begun repayment through a 590 billion naira first tranche bond comprising 300 billion naira in cash and 290 billion naira in non-cash allocations. According to the bond's term sheet, the first series issuance will take place between November and December 2025 with a 7-year tenor, fixed coupon, and semi-annual amortizing payments. Officials explained that all debts owed to generation companies between February 2015 and March 2025 are being migrated into NBET Finance Company PLC, a special purpose vehicle created to ring-fence liabilities and receivables. The Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelebu, said the initiative will stabilize the power market while ensuring that vulnerable households continue receiving targeted subsidies as more consumers migrate to Band A. The Central Bank of Nigeria has announced that all legacy bureau de change operators who failed to meet the new licensing requirements by 30th November 2025 have automatically lost their licenses. In a document released on its website, the central bank stated that only 82 bureau de change operators met the updated guidelines after the initial 6-month deadline, and the additional 6-month extension ended on 3rd June 2025. The central bank explained that any operator that did not comply by the final date is no longer recognized and has ceased to operate. The regulator added that new applications will still be accepted, although licensing may be stopped at any time. Under the new framework introduced in February 2024, Tier 1 operators must meet a minimum capital requirement of 2 billion naira, while Tier 2 operators must meet 500 million naira as part of efforts to improve transparency and stability in foreign exchange markets. The U.S. dollar weakened on Thursday after the Federal Reserve gave a less strict outlook than expected, giving investors confidence to bet on further rate cuts next year. The central bank cut interest rates by 0.25% as expected, but Chair Jerome Powell's comments signaled a softer approach, surprising some traders. This caused the euro to rise above $1.17 sterling to reach a 1.5-month high of $1.3391, and the yen to strengthen to 155.64 per dollar. Overall, the dollar fell to 98.537 against a basket of currencies, its lowest since October 21. The Fed also said it would start buying short-term government bonds from December 12, with $40 billion in Treasury bills planned to support market liquidity. U.S. Treasury yields fell slightly, while global stock and crypto markets reacted negatively to disappointing earnings from Oracle and broader economic concerns. Analysts noted that although the Fed's outlook is softer, investors are cautious because of ongoing market uncertainty, geopolitical risks, and lingering effects of October's trading volatility. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. I am Omevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. Stay with us.
In life, the path to success is often windy and filled with obstacles. However, it's only those who exhibit courage to continue that are reckoned with. If there's one man who is armed with the sheer courage of a lion, the unusual foresight to spot new opportunities, Michael Adenuga makes the perfect reference. The name Mike Adenuga is synonymous with entrepreneurial excellence and tenacity. A self-made billionaire hailing from the heart of Africa. Adenuga's story is one that is laced with the threads of perseverance and ambition.
Today, I really feel excited.
Against all odds, Adenuga has risen to become one of the wealthiest individuals on the African continent. His knack for spotting business opportunities and the courage to seize them has led to the creation of a vast empire that spans telecommunications, oil, and real estate. But what truly sets Adenuga apart is not just his wealth, but the indomitable spirit that has propelled him to the pinnacle of success. His journey is a powerful narrative of a man who, despite the odds, has managed to carve out a niche for himself in some of the most competitive industries. From his humble beginnings to his rise as one of Africa's most influential business figures, Adenuga's story serves as a beacon of inspiration for aspiring entrepreneurs everywhere. Born on 29th of April 1953, Mike Adenuga's story begins in Ibadan, Nigeria, a vibrant city steeped in culture. Ibadan was the backdrop for Adenuga's early years. His father, a school teacher, and his mother, a businesswoman, were humble, hardworking individuals. Their influence on young Adenuga was profound, instilling in him the values of perseverance, integrity, and ambition. Adenuga's early education took place in Ibadan, a local school where he exhibited a sharp mind and a keen sense of curiosity. His parents, recognizing his potential, encouraged him to pursue his studies with diligence and tenacity. These formative years laid the groundwork for the titan. Despite the modest means of his family, Adenuga was never deterred. He understood that the path to success was paved with perseverance and a relentless work ethic. From an early age, he demonstrated a knack for entrepreneurship. His first ventures were modest, grounded, mirroring the reality of his circumstances. One of his earliest jobs was as a taxi driver. This experience was more than just a means to an end. It served as a classroom on wheels, offering lessons in humility, resilience, and the importance of understanding people from all walks of life. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit led him to explore the avenues. He started selling soft drinks, an endeavor that required long hours under the scorching Nigerian sun. This venture was not glamorous, but it was honest, and it was his. It was a testament to his commitment to hard work and his refusal to shy away from the gritty aspects of business. From taxi driving to selling soft drinks, Adenuga was no stranger to hard work. This commitment to labor, this willingness to roll up his sleeves and get his hands dirty, laid the foundation for the empire he would later build. His story is a powerful testament to the fact that success is not an accident. It is the result of hard work, sacrifice, and most of all, love of what you're doing or learning to do. His journey began with an education in the United States where he studied business administration. What was his return to Nigeria that marked the start of his entrepreneurial journey. Adenuga dove into the world of business with a daring spirit and a keen eye for opportunity. He ventured into trading of lace materials and other commodities, a business that was booming at the time. His ventures were diverse and often bold, including the distribution of Coca-Cola within Nigeria. These early business pursuits were not without their challenges, but they provided Adenuga with invaluable experience and a taste of what was to come. However, the road to success is often marked with unexpected twists and turns. For Adenuga, One of these came in form of a military coup in 1983. This event shook the nation and its effect reverberated through the business landscape. It was a setback that would have derailed his ambitions, but Adenuga was not one to be easily deterred. In the face of adversity, he demonstrated tenacity. He weathered the storm, navigating through the tumultuous period with an unvarying determination. It was during this time that Adenuga began to lay the groundwork for what will become his future empire. He was building a foundation, brick by brick, on which he will erect a business dynasty that will span across several industries. Regarded as a titan in the telecom industry, Adenuga is the mastermind behind Globalcom, Nigeria's second largest telecom operator. Under his visionary leadership, Globalcom has grown exponentially, connect billions across West Africa and beyond. In the oil sector, Adenuga holds the majority ownership of Corn Oil, one of Nigeria's largest oil exploration companies. Corn Oil has been instrumental in shaping Nigeria's energy landscape, and its success is the testament to Adenuga's strategic acumen and drive for innovation. When it comes to wealth, Adenuga's net worth is nothing short of impressive. The billionaire businessman ranks high on the Forbes list of Africa's richest people, rubbing shoulders with the likes of Aliko Dangote. In 2003, Adenuga revolutionized Nigeria's telecom industry with the launch of Globalcom. This was a pivotal moment, not just for Adenuga, but for the nation as a whole. Before Globalcom, Nigeria's telecoms industry was dominated by a single player, but Adenuga had the vision to democratize telecommunications, making it accessible and affordable for all. Globalcom entered the market with a bang. The company was innovative, offering unprecedented services like per second billing, which was a first in Nigeria. This level of innovation was a game changer, challenging the monopoly of the existing telecoms giant and forcing competitors to step up their game. But Adenuga didn't stop there. He knew that to truly disrupt the industry, Globalcom had to grow rapidly. The company embarked on massive network expansion projects, erecting thousands of kilometers of fiber optic cables across Nigeria and beyond. In less than a decade, Globalcom has grown from a new entrant to a major player in the telecoms industry. Its services reached millions of Nigerians, even in the most remote corners of the country. Adenuga's entrepreneurial spirit didn't stop at telecoms. In fact, his business acumen was put to the test in a whole new arena where he took over Corn Oil, Nigeria's first indigenous oil company. Under Adenuga's leadership, Corn Oil expanded beyond its initial operations, becoming a front-runner in the Nigerian petroleum industries. It now boasts a strong presence, not only in exploration and production, but also in downstream operation, such as the marketing of refined petroleum products. Yet, Adenuga's ventures didn't stop here. With a keen eye for lucrative opportunities, he delved into the world of real estate, immersing a portfolio of properties that spanned the globe, from commercial buildings in Nigeria's bustling city centers to luxury residences in some of the world's most sought-after locations. Adenuga's property investments are as diverse as they are extensive. Banking, too, has felt the Adenuga's touch. He has been instrumental in shaping the industry, contributing to its growth and stability. His influence and investment has helped foster a banking sector that is robust, reliable, and ready to serve the needs of Nigeria's growing economy. But Adenuga's impact extends beyond the world of business. His philanthropic endeavors are a testament to his belief in giving back to the community.
Well, that's a special man to me. A very special person. That is a man that made my path, my ways very smooth. That's a God-sent person to me. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. is somebody that I will continue to thank, to appreciate, and to continue to pray God to help him, to give him long life and good health. Well, decades of our relationship, way back in the 80s, Rafi Ladipo was a nobody, but through the help of Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. and God's grace and blessing, I am what I am today. I owe it all to God and indeed Dr. Mike Adenuga, my second God. I'm close. I know him as a man that loves to assist his friends. Even if he's hungry, he will come back and call his friend. This is the way it is done. So for me, my knowing Dr. Adenuga Jr. has been a blessing.
Through the Mike Adenuga's Foundation, he has donated billions to causes closest to his heart, including education, health, and social welfare. He has funded scholarships, built schools, and supported hospitals, underscoring his commitment to improving lives and empowering future generations. In essence, Adenuga's business journey is not just about creating wealth, but also about creating value.
Several years back, the Nigerian League had no sponsor. And it took me less than 1 hour to get Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. understand that he needed to help our football to grow. I just called the then president of the league, the late Oyuki Obaseki. He met me at the National Stadium and was feeling very sad. And he said he was going back to Abuja. I asked him why. He said because he was not happy. Only yesterday he got the biggest disappointment of his life. That the company that had agreed to sponsor the league had reneged and they were no longer ready to sponsor the Nigerian league again, unless they cut the agreed amount, the initial agreed amount between the National League and their company, unless they cut it into two. And he asked, how will he now prosecute the league? I said, you can't prosecute the league. I'll get you a sponsor. Are you ready to go with Glow? He said he knows nobody in Glow. I said, I am Glow. And I quickly called the group CEO, Mr. Mohammed Jamil, and I asked him, wouldn't you want to sponsor the Nigerian League? He said they want to, but they don't know anybody on the Nigerian League. But and I gave my phone to UK Obaseki to speak with Jamil. The man who was going to Abuja, who was ready to fly to Abuja, changed his mind because of what he heard. That Glo was ready to sponsor the league. And paying much more than the initial agreed amount he had with the other sponsor. That agreement took just 24 hours. And Dr. Mike Adenuga paid a sum of 610 million naira to sponsor the league. And of course, every year, there is always an increase of 10%. Recorded. So that was how the Nigerian League got sponsorship through Globacom. And to all of us as Nigerians, we need to thank Dr. Mike Adenuga.
His diversification and expansion strategies have not only multiplied his fortunes, but have also contributed significantly to Nigeria's economic development, job creation, and societal welfare. In the world of business, especially at the grand scale that Mike Adenuga operates, it is not uncommon to come face to face with challenges. His path to becoming a billionaire was not always smooth. He had his fair share of obstacles, some of which were marred by controversy. On such instance was the legal issues he faced in the early years of his telecoms venture, Globacom. There were disputes over licensing and allegations of non-compliance with industry regulations. The Nigerian government was not always his ally. At one point, he found himself in a standoff with regulatory bodies. But what makes Adenuga's story remarkable is not just the controversy he faced, but the resilience in the face of adversity. He didn't allow these obstacles to deter him. Instead, he used them as stepping stones, turning the negative into a positive. His legal troubles were not just an obstacle, they were a test of his character. He passed with flying colors. Adenuga fought to clear his name and to ensure that his business complied with unnecessary regulation. This commitment to integrity has been a cornerstone of his success. Despite the disputes with the Nigerian government, Adenuga never lost faith in his homeland. He continued to invest in Nigeria, creating jobs, contributing to the economy. Indeed, the path to success is never easy. It is filled with trials and tribulations. But as Adenuga's story shows, it is not the challenges that defines us, but how we respond to them. Through it all, Adenuga has remained steadfast. His success, a testament to his resilience. Mike Adenuga's story is one of determination, ambition, and unparalleled success. As we delve into the legacy he has built, we uncover a narrative of resilience and visionary leadership that has left an indelible mark not only in Nigeria but across the continent and the world. His journey from taxi driver to billionaire magnate continues to inspire a generation of entrepreneurs who dare to dream and strive for success against all odds. Adenuga's contribution to the Nigerian economy are monumental. His businesses, from telecoms to oil and gas, have created thousands of jobs, fueled economic growth, and contributed significantly to the country's GDP. His generous efforts, too, have transformed lives and communities. further cementing his legacy as a leader who not only builds businesses but also uplifts society. The respect for Adenuga is universal. From world leaders to business leaders, many acknowledged and admire his entrepreneurial acumen, his relentless drive, and his unwavering commitment to excellence. His name is synonymous with success, and his story is a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and tenacity. Mike Adenuga's story is a testament to the power of ambition. His journey from the humble beginning of taxi driving and petty trading paints a vivid picture of what tenacity can bring.
Think like that because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to your breakfast show. This is SBL, SOUQ Business Landscape. And it's a very beautiful rainy day in the city of Lagos. So it doesn't matter where you are, you will get drenched. If you step out without an umbrella, or you are not in the covering of an office, or you are not in the car on move, but it's beautiful. We are enjoying rainy season down to the end of the year in Lagos. Climate change, we see the effect, but we love it. Remember, this is Thursday, tomorrow is Friday, and we work. We have no excuse. There's a whole lot of news and trending issues we will be talking about on this table that is alive. From the National Assembly, House of Reps calling on bank CEOs, hey, come, let's talk. Down to Trump issues. Okay, we will leave Trump alone for now. But hey, we have several things we need to trash out, and we want you to be part of it. We can't do this without you. So we will start by telling you, go on our social media handles, all of them. It's SOUQ News Television. Follow us, comment, and remember, share. Let's do this live together. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers, and I'm not alone on this table that is alive. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, there's a big smile on my face. Please join me as I welcome on SBL today, the one, the only, the beautiful Swift.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Chicks. How you doing? Thank you for the way you introduced me because you know my ego, my alter ego likes to be massaged, and you've just done that. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. They say the biggest risk in life is to never take a risk, and on this table today, we are going to tear down every risk by talking about every political issue and social issue that affects you and I. So stay tuned. Swift Adderito, get ready.
This rain is beautiful. Yes.
And by the way, I went jogging in the rain, so that's how beautiful the rain is.
And we also have the law himself. He is somebody I am well proud in. And Your Excellencies, join me as I welcome Mr. Toby. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chooks. Good morning, Swift. To the Nigerian people, good morning. This is SBL. Thank you for joining us this morning. So many topics to trash out this morning, and we'll be getting it right.
Okay, we will be getting it right. So now let's start with banking regulation. Now the House of Reps, they've summoned bank CEOs over illegal deductions. Yes, you heard us, over illegal deductions. Chief executive officers of commercial banks have been directed to appear in person before a House representative investigative panel over allegations of illegal and unexplained deductions from customers' bank accounts. Now, the summons was issued Tuesday in Abuja by the House Ad Hoc Committee probing unauthorized deduction of taxes from civil and public servant salaries, as well as questionable bank charges on customers' accounts. The panel aims to hold bank leaders accountable and seek explanation for the deduction amid growing public concern over transparency and consumer rights in the banking sector. Now, our CEOs, the bank CEOs, are expected to provide detailed account of these charges and suggest measures to prevent future occurrence. Now, let's backtrack two CBN governors before the present one. He happens to be a royal father right now. Talking about
Sanusi, sorry.
Yes.
Now, he came up at a particular point in time and said, hey, everybody, hold up. There was a lot of charges. The commercial banks were taking off customers. And he said, no, we have to cancel this completely. And if you remember, at that particular point in time, ATM withdrawals were something else, 200 naira, whether you withdraw 5 or 10 naira, no matter how many times you do it. So a lot of these charges were cut. Some were completely struck off. Now, gradually, those charges have started coming back. But now they are in full swing. And aside that, people also looking at issues where you just wake up at the end of the month and you can't really see what these deductions are for. House of Rep is saying, come and explain. Should they only explain to House of Rep, or they should also explain to us?
I mean, if you're explaining to the House of Reps, you're talking to the Nigerian people, because these are representatives of the Nigerian people.
And also it is televised.
Exactly.
So automatically it's live. There are certain channels like Rise, Channels Television.
Add SOUQ to it.
Yes, SOUQ News TV. No, we are not privileged to have our cameramen stream live, but those particular people have their cameramen in the house stream live. And so they take those feeds, so you can actually watch it live. So it means that Nigerian people, if you are so concerned, you can be sitting watching it live. No, some people are not concerned.
Okay, go ahead.
Actually, no. Let's before I go ahead, Sweet has said something very, very key. Being a Nigerian is not just about holding the green passport. It's about being involved. Awareness is very key. Every now and then we have these sittings in the different houses. These are information. There are a lot of information that affects us Nigerians, because these are representatives of we, the common people. So we need to actually always, we need to sit back, just like our viewers right now watching SOUQ News TV, SBL, getting to know what's happening, how we break these things down. Now to the question. The truth is, at the end of the day, transparency is key. It's very important. If we have issues surrounding our monies, next year is going to be a very interesting one for the financial institution. And if we're talking about tax, FIRS, and the rest, coming on board, CBN is also trying to tighten their enforcement and their regulations and policies. Then, of course, you understand that there will be a sit-up from the financial sector. That's one of the discussions we have today. Now, moving forward, what should we expect? Of course, there will be a pushback, because most Nigerians, or some Nigerians, don't like being looked into. So, and that's not what CBN is. CBN is gunning for transparency. So, it's going to be an interesting year.
Okay, now for the bank themselves and the charges you get to witness, what solution do you see going forward? Do you see those charges reducing, being cancelled, refund, or someone just explained to you that, hey, we need to get this done?
Some of these levies will be taken off. I think about 3. From next year, there's this particular 50 naira you get deducted every now and then for stamp duty and rest. So some of them will be taken off. And this, of course, will not bring a smile to the faces of the banks. But of course, if you are doing anything, the people come first. So yeah, you will see some of these deductions taken off definitely from next year.
Okay. These particular summons were directly to the CEOs.
Yes.
Do you see them appearing? Because they said, do not send a representative. Come in person.
Okay, so first of all, there's actually a committee that was set up a month ago. And the idea of the committee was actually to probe. And they started with civil servants, because they realized that civil service is easier to track than normal people. So they realized every time civil servants are paid, especially pensioners, the bank takes out a chunk. Your pension is 80,000 naira, and the bank is deducting 2,500, 3,000. A lot of these civil servants, a lot of the older people, because they are older, they didn't get to know. So many of them is their kids and other people who see, and daddy, why is your pension is 80,000? Why is it that you're getting 78,000 every month? So those were one of the things that this committee saw. They also saw that with civil servants pay, which comes in bulk, the bank is also deducting ridiculous amounts which they cannot explain. Now that's from civil servants. So the committee is saying, if you are doing this to civil servants that we can trace their salary through their paycheck and all that, what are you doing to the common man? And the committee chairman said there has been a lot of complaints, that the reason why the committee is set up is complaints. Now, the banks had sent representatives before, especially the 4 big banks, UBA, GT, Zenith, and one other, but they rejected those people. They said, no, we don't want to see you. We want to see your CEOs. And I think they gave them an ultimatum till next week, whether Monday or Tuesday, to show up physically. Now, I don't like the idea because I know that you want to see the MD CEO, but many times does the MD CEO understand the operational and the way it operates? It's usually those boys that were sent. No, I'm just telling you. It's those boys that are sent that they said they don't want to see, that I feel can explain properly.
So, somebody is responsible for running the institution.
I agree with you. Okay. I agree. I'm just saying, many times, there are some MDOC, there are some MD CEOs who follow through. But we know a lot that, they don't follow. But let's leave that at the side. First of all, what this committee is doing is to boost customer protection policies, because a lot of Nigerians feel that the banks are taking advantage from them. I am one of them. I have one of my accounts in one of the big banks, and as soon as I get my monies, my major monies, I transfer to my fintech, because there was a month that I didn't do more than 4 banking, or I don't know how much I did, but I was deducted about 1,000 plus for SME charge, and I was like, what is going on? Waiting I do, who I transfer to, who I sell, and at that point I went on X, and I saw that there was a backlash of people complaining that there was a particular bank, or like 2 banks, they were just giving out SMS charges. Somebody had a 5,000 naira, and it was like, if it's 5,000 naira, have they increased it to 20 or 30? How do they defend this? So the next month, all I did was, as soon as I get money, I just transfer. And that was like, guess what? They didn't send me any SMS charge that month. They now sent me for the upper month and meshed both together, meaning they know what they are doing. And so these are the hidden charges people are talking about. You transfer money, you see the first 50 naira. Next thing at night, you see another charge again, and you're wondering, Kilele, what particular charge is this? And so these are the complaints people are having. You are deducting 50, you are taking 100, you are doing a taxation on everything that is coming in and everything that is going out. And so this is why House of Rep is saying, come and sit down. We want to see you. Come and explain. And they said, don't just come alone.
Maintenance fee, eh?
Yes. Okay. Come with the books. Are you charging maintenance fee on every transfer I do? Now come with the books and come and sit down. Also, Nigerians too are also terrified, because there was a publication that came out of the highest paid CEOs in Nigeria. Unfortunately, most of the bank's MD and CEOs fall under this category. And the fintechs who don't charge as much, their MD and CEOs don't fall under the bank's category. So people on social media are saying, it is our money.
It's a focus on C-suites, not just the middle management, the C-suite people, because at the end of the day, accountability is such a forgotten word in that level. So they just, you see them drive the big cars. Yes, give it to them, they're the visionaries, which is very good, but it's more of be accountable for whatever your middle management are doing, and there's nothing that is being done under your watch that you should not bring forward to the table. So it's an accountability structure.
Another thing,
I 100% believe that they know. And
they know, of course, they know. I mean, you can't.
The bank can't be declaring this amount of profit every single year,
sure.
And the small businesses that they are supposed to be supporting are shutting down.
Yeah.
Okay. Another thing that people are screaming about was because this committee also had a meet with CBN, and they were like, "Look, CBN, you also need to bring your books, and let's clarify." Because
on the CBN issue, we are coming to that story.
Okay. So hold on to it. Why I wanted to drop this is the chairman of the committee said something. He said it is supposed to strengthen the regulatory oversights. That there are regulations.
That is their job.
But right now it's looking like there are a lot of oversights coming between CBN and the banking sector because of the deductions of people.
We have a very peculiar case where most of our CBN governors in the past have come from the commercial banks themselves. So there is a lot of conflict of interest. Who is he going to serve?
Yes, he has friends there already.
It's not just friends, it's the community.
The community.
It's his community. So, well, that's a different story. Now, we look forward to what's going to come out of this particular meeting and probe between the House of Rep and the bank CEOs. And we just want to see a financial sector that is not just thriving, but very healthy. I want to see business grow, not banking business, but businesses that the bank support. Now let's get straight to our next story, and we are still with the lawmakers. Now, lawmakers are clashing over CBN's 11 trillion non-remittance probe. Yes, you heard it. Heated debate broke out in the House of Representatives on Wednesday, that was yesterday, as members disagreed over which committee should interrogate Central Bank Governor Olayemi Cardoso on the alleged non-remittance of over 16 trillion in government revenue. That's a big one. The uproar followed a motion by Osho lawmaker and Public Accounts Committee Chairman Bamidele Salam, titled Non-Remittance of Over 5 Trillion Operating Surplus and 11 trillion Government Revenue by the Central Bank of Nigeria. Now, Salam called for the CBN governor to be summoned to explain the shortfall and propose concrete steps to recover the funds. Lawmakers, however, sharply disagreed on whether the probe should be handled by the Public Accounts Committee or the Banking and Currency Committee. The controversy reflects growing tension in the legislature over fiscal accountability. As Nigerians grapple with revenue shortfalls, ballooning debt, and a widening budget deficit, projected at 20 trillion for 2026, 20 trillion deficit. That's way, way too much. Okay, now, let's talk about the issue on ground. Cardoso needs to get to the House of Rep, and committees need to probe him and ask, hey, there is this particular funds that have not been remitted. How far? But now it's now depends on, okay, which committee should do it? Public Account Committee or the Banking Regulation Committee? Can't we just have both of them sit down and get this job done?
But before you talk to me, I just want to say, why are they fighting? Just 16 trillion. That's small money.
No, it's not.
I'm looking for trouble.
At this point, we just keep quiet and look at her.
Just 16 trillion.
It's not just 16 trillion, because I mean, if you're looking at
how much is our budget?
The national budget deficit is we're looking at the projection of 20 exactly for 2026. So you will understand the gravity at which there'll be a lot of requests from the lawmakers for transparency. You know, yes. It's very important that we have, but it's more of a jurisdiction. See, jurisdiction issues are always very they get stressed out because everyone wants to sit over matters and say, oh, we were the ones that were, that presided over this situation and all of that. But it should not be an issue, just like Swift mentioned earlier. At the end of the day, it's for a goal, transparency. It's for a goal to hold people accountable, not just the banks now, even CBN as well too. So, I mean, going back and forth on who sits and who should not sit, because that's like the first issue with regards to the lawmakers. What responsibility do we get to sit on, or what responsibilities are listed out for us to be able to sit in quote jurisdiction over this matter? So let them go past that and let these people bring forward the books, go through the books and see what we are looking at. So.
Okay, so right now the jurisdiction should not be Nigerian issue.
Should not be an issue.
Trashing where that money is, exactly. Or accounting or finding where and how it went is more important.
Mr. Chooks, once we say Happy New Year, it's a new book, it's a new year. A lot of these issues. People don't understand how big 2026 is. A lot of policies were made this year. Very serious ones that would affect next year. And if we are still doing all of this, next year is just going to come. Banks are starting up the financial institutions are starting up their implementation of their new policies, regulations. Even bigger institutions in the federal level are also getting into action. It will be swept under the carpet. So open up again.
Okay. Now we are looking at this particular amount is not small.
Yes.
Even though let's not go there. Should we be having this sort of vague accountability at this point of the Tinubu administration?
So before we start the vague accountability, a school of thought says that the reason why they're having this clash is because of legislative oversights.
Yes.
It just means that we as a country and the House of Rep have not been able to put laws in place that are proper. This shouldn't even be an issue. As soon as this issue came up, we should know who is supposed to be sitting, not having a buzz where there was so much serious, argument on the floor. I think the Senate president had to even...
The House of Rep.
The House of Rep had to call for a recess.
Yeah.
That's embarrassing. That's the first thing. So it just shows that we don't know what, some people don't know what they are doing, but I think that has been rectified. The next very important thing is we need to find out what happened to all these monies, because it has to do with accountability. Minus the fact that, oh yes, it's with the central bank, these are taxpayers' monies, and we, the common man in Nigeria, everybody, we need to know what is being done.
So hold on, so we'll say the common man, you add yourself to that particular list.
I mean, you just said 16 trillion is a small money. So.
No, for some of the common men, 16 trillion is small money. That's the real, they call themselves common men with you and I every day. But we see them travel first class and go on yacht cruises.
Let's get back.
But they are common men. So let's move on from this. Now, public sector accountability is one of the things that the Nigerian government has been having issues with. A lot of people in the public do not trust the government 100%. And this is what the Tinubu administration has been trying to do from day one, that look, we are trustworthy, we are transparent, and this is one of the good reasons why this should be sorted. Because we need to know what happened to these monies, we need to track it, we need to find out, we need to see it. It needs to be made public, because as soon as people heard 16 trillion, on social media, people are already saying,
it's gone.
People have already used it to pay school fees in dollars. People have already used it to take their friends to Dubai. No, I'm just saying that's the public sector accountability, the trust for Nigerians. And this is one of the reasons why the committees and people are fighting that, look, we should not just make it a banking thing. Let us put it out there. Let us sit down. Let there be a report. Let other people that are not within the banking sector come and sit on this matter, so that it's transparent and the public feels like, oh yes, everything that has to do with Nigeria, there's accountability. Like he also said, I was listening to one of the proceedings and they were like, we have to do this as fast as possible. Because like he said, 2026 is a new year, it's a big year, there are new budgets. The bank already has their targets, their budgets, everything opened. And we don't want this kind of 16 trillion swept under the carpet again. Are you afraid of the carpet?
Now, the big carpet smell when you report. So let's avoid those kind of issues. Now, this is where they take it. We are not saying the monies are missing, or they are not saying the monies are missing. But right now, they need to be accounted for. Where exactly did you post it? Or have you even posted it? So we'll get to find out when we get to see that particular hearing take place. And like we always say, everybody should be involved. Not just we on this side. You on that other side too. Because these monies belong to every one of us. Still talking money matters, emerging markets. Now, emerging markets face $3.7 trillion yearly funding shortfall. That's for environment, social, and governance money. Now, emerging markets are grappling with a massive $3.7 trillion annual financing gap that threatens to stall their transition to a sustainable economy, according to a new Dun and Bradstreet report titled ESG, that's Environment, Social and Governance Funding in Emerging Markets. The report highlights the challenges facing countries in South Asia, the Middle East and Africa in attracting enough environmental, social and governance capital to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. 2030 is just 4 years from now.
Right around the corner.
Around the corner?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's look at this particular report. Dun and Bradstreet, they've come up and said, hey, these economies are having a shortfall. For them to be able to meet this projection, UN development goals for 2030, 3.7 trillion. Countries in South Asia, countries in Africa, we are involved, countries in the Middle East. When people hear this kind of stories, they just think maybe somebody is going to bring that money from somewhere and give to them. Not knowing and seeing the real fact that it is the countries themselves that has to find means of generating capital for their own structural development. What exactly should we be doing? Let's talk about we here in Africa now, to be able to meet some of these shortfalls.
Well, 3.7 trillion annual deficit threatens progress toward the SDGs, essentially placing 2030 targets out of reach without disruptive financial reforms. Now, it comes in two ways: the policy framework to ensure that you are being transparent enough with regards to these monies. You know, when you talk about money, we just hear figures, and when you talk about figures, you're talking about how it affects the regulatory framework of how these monies are being spent, how they are being distributed, and all of that. And then, of course, for
I'm not hearing how they are being generated.
How they are being generated. Well,
that's even the most important.
And for investors, the report signals untapped upside. High growth emerging economies represent an attractive long-term ESG play if de-risked appropriately. So, for me, or for Africa, if we don't correct the intervention of how these monies are being spent, we'll continue to have this deficit.
How their monies are being
spent, rather. We would always have this reoccurrence of deficit every now and then as we see these figures right now, because it's not something to clap for, it's a deficit, and you don't clap for deficit. So that's just my take on it.
Okay. Now, while you hold your take on that, Swift, I'm coming to you. Now, we've not been able to generate enough to fund our development and infrastructural plans. But now, the ones we've been able to generate, how do we block leakages? Not just Nigeria, but in Africa, how do we block leakages?
Blocking leakages is not going to be very easy. I remember there was a time that there was a fund, I think, if I'm right, about 2 months ago, there was a fund for clean energy, where they were supposed to build manufacturing hubs. And it was found out that the people that were giving the contracts were people who did not have the capacity to. So it was people who had the capacity, who are into green energy, that came out to protest, who already had manufacturing plants, who said, look, we all applied for this, and the names we are seen on this list. And so the House of Rep, like, they were going to probe that list. I haven't heard anything about that. And those are part of the challenges we are having. We know that there's a global fund. It's a good thing that we are talking about the 3.7, because we know there's an international global fund that comes to different parts of the world. I'm happy Asia is added right now, because they always do Africa, like we're the only ones that have problems when it comes to green energy. We know how much Nigerians, or let me use Nigeria as a case study, we are trying. We are doing a lot of the rechargeable, we are doing a lot of renewable energy, we are doing a lot of recycling, and just to get it together. How can this be managed? More, the government needs to come up, or we already have some laws already, but we need to come up with more, let me say, stricter laws about green energy, about waste disposal, about what we are doing with our facilities when it comes to renewable energies. So, for example, we have people who have come up with renewable energies, generators, cars. These things need to be encouraged. In countries like China, there's a street that if you walk in, as you are walking, you are getting, it's producing solar and light. We need to have that in Nigeria. So imagine if in CMS, there's a street that as you walk, solar and is empowering a building, and you are paid a token or you are given a drink by the time you are done with that work. Do you know how many people every morning will make sure they walk through that place?
You don't need to bother, so go put it on us.
So these are the things that can encourage, but somehow we have not gotten there as a country, as Nigerians. So we just need to push for it, and we need to be very, very intentional. The challenge with Nigeria is sometimes we're intentional. There was a time there was a governor in Lagos State who was into renewable energy as of 16 years ago, and he made sure that he put in street lights that were solar powered. And then another governor came and replaced him and took out all those street lights and made them generator powered.
Somebody needs to supply this.
No, this is what we are saying. Okay. So that means that governor took Nigeria or took Lagos State 10 years forward. And the next governor came and took us 50 years back to 1960, how street lights were being powered back with generators.
Okay,
Yes, and unfortunately, some people were crying and said they wanted him back. In fact, they were causing a lot of problems. Okay. Now, talking about this, so you're asking, how do we do this? How we do this is, first of all, we know that when it comes to policies, state governments, they have bigger allocations than privates. Because when you put 10 privates together, that's the money that state governments use for allocations. So if state governments can be very intentional about renewable energy, we are talking of street lights, renewable energy, putting it up and down, we will find out that the private sector will start to imitate and copy. And so there will be more. And also in our rural areas, that is where the challenge is coming from. There's a young man in Enugu who has been able to empower his whole community from renewable energy waste. And he's able to give them light. And he said the reason why he did that was as a child, he had to use candles to read. He has been nominated for under 30. And that he said he wants something that younger people can do. If this kind of structure is being replicated in a lot of other communities. The federal government calls such a person, different state government calls this young man and says, come, you have empowered village A, empowered village B, empowered village C. Then we will see that...
When you say power.
Power, yes. So
when you say empower,
empowerment,
to our mind is that no, giving them jobs.
If you give electricity, that's empowerment. Somebody is going to man it. That young man will not be in every community. Okay. So automatically, he will teach people in the community how to turn on that renewable energy. Okay. So that will work.
Okay, thank you very much. Now remember this for every African out there and for every African government. We are seriously swimming in not just budget deficit, but infrastructure deficit and manpower deficit. And it's the onus falls on us to pull ourselves out of the waters. The onus falls on us to be able to grow not just our economies, but our countries. These reports keep coming in from the West, yes. It might not reflect what is on the ground, that we know for sure, but it's our responsibility to build our nation. So we must, as a people, generate funding. We must, as a people, commit to using that funds judiciously. We must, as a people, block gaps of both government wastage and corruption. We'll go on a very short break, and when we return, SBL will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
With the theme, leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability, an ICPC perspective. The lecture, held at the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A, Ikeja, brought together officers of the Nigeria Customs Service and top officials from the ICPC. The Public Relations Officer, A.O. Hussaini, opened the event by introducing dignitaries, followed by welcome remarks from Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu, head of the Federal Operations Unit, Zone A. Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owoni, convener of the session and Zonal Head of Operations for Zone A and C, underscored the significance of the Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, ACTU, which represents the ICPC within the Customs Service. There was also a brief remark by Mary Omonoya, a Principal Superintendent at ICPC, representing the Resident Anti-Corruption Commissioner, Chukura Alexandra.
My honor to welcome you all to this important engagement on leveraging customs enforcement to enhance revenue generation with transparency and accountability. Today's gathering reflects our shared commitment to building a more robust, responsive, and integrity-driven Nigerian customs service.
She charged the NCS to ensure that enforcement activities within the Nigeria Customs Service must be grounded in the principles of accountability and ethical conduct. In her lecture, Dr. Hadiza Rimi, Principal Superintendent PE&E, ICPC Lagos, stressed that public perception, transparency, and quick open accountability remain major obstacles to effective customs operations and public trust.
So we have what we call ACTU, just like you have here, and those people hosting the event today. So those are, the ACTU is responsible in checkmating potholes, or loopholes rather, in MDAs, in ensuring that there's compliance and in ethics in institutions.
Dr. Rimi also drew comparisons between Nigeria and Ghana in Customs Governance Index. Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu shed more light.
Average custom officer is, I think, among those that is doing the selfless service. That's why when you see people pushing that they should do this to customs, they are not out of context. We generate revenue. So if you are generating revenue, you are seeing it pass. Okay, like we said, those you think will cut corners. When after cutting their corners, what we try to do, we sanction them. Like I said, I mentioned somebody as that level dismissed, and what we are doing in Nigeria that have done that. new organization. I remember when I was in that operation SOUQ, that is what I do. 9 officers were dismissed at one time.
He further gave more clarifications to the issues highlighted. When SOUQ News TV asked how the service supports small business exporters, Comptroller M.S. Shuaibu pointed to recent reforms, including port redesigns for export focus, revitalized rail systems to ease cargo movement, and reduce checkpoints. He urged Nigerian exporters to prioritize global quality standards. He also highlighted perception management strategies by the Customs Service. In his closing remarks, Assistant Comptroller F.A. Owuniyi thanked participants and urged the ICPC to extend similar trainings to officers on the field, not just administrative staff. I am Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. This is still SBL SOUQ Business Landscape, and we are reaching you from SOUQ News Television. This is where you're meant to be. Now, let's talk port efficiency, or should it be port inefficiency? Now, maritime editors blame Apapa Team Can overuse. Watch, overuse for congestion, corruption. The League of Maritime Editors has raised alarm over the excessive concentration of port operations in Apapa and the Tinkan Island, describing it as a major cause of persistent congestion, inefficiency, and corruption within the Nigeria's maritime sector. In a statement on Wednesday signed by its president, Mrs. Remi Itie, and Secretary General Mr. Felix Kumuyi, the group called for urgent decongestion measures, including shifting cargo traffic to underutilized ports. Now, the association also criticized the Lagos state government, reportedly disapproval of the Nigerian Port Authority's plan to redirect some operations to the Warri Port Complex. The editors defended the NPA's move, saying it aligns with the national interest and efforts to restore order at the overstretched Lagos port. They urged stakeholders to prioritize decentralization, warning that continued over-dependence on Apapa and Tinkan Port Island poses long-term risks to trade efficiency and economic competitiveness. Now, we have a beautiful, large, even if it needs a lot of upgrade, the Apapa port and the Tinkan port. But now, these two ports, for a visitor, he's just seeing one port because they are just by themselves. They are all there together. Congestion, we've not been able to upgrade times 2 or times 4 of what it was originally. And this is what we are still using right now. We've been able to move from the era where we used to have 2, 3, 4, 6 months demurrage.
Yeah.
We've passed that era. But right now, because of the volume of cargo coming into that particular place, we still have delays that should not be.
Yeah.
Why are we resisting moving cargo to other ports?
You know, sometimes it's questionable how the relationship between the FG and the states in terms of situations like this, how it looks like, the competition and all of that. I mean, we say it's a one country, a one nation, and at the end of the day, all these monies are all going back. Monies generated from these ports are all going back to the pocket of the government. So why do we just want to keep this activity to ourselves? Apapa Tinkan is overdue. That it's high time that this discussion goes past just a discussion. Warri, Port Harcourt, their ports need to come into the Calabar as well too. They need to come into play in the sense that if you look at how Lagos is, Lagos congestion is like a daily activity that even the Lagosians we've come to. It's a daily. It has become a part of us. Now, what this is looking like is there are certain underplay corruptions happening, and
deliberate
attempt to make these things, make money from the activities coming to our ports here in Lagos and all of that. But it's high time they actually decongest these activities and take them to other ports, because at the end of the day, it's one goal: to ease the role of the business and how it affects revenue generally. I always say this thing: if you're going to, because I have people that get their products from China and the rest, and it takes a long time before goods are being cleared and all of that, and this is because of the large number of containers coming into this port here in Lagos. Now, if you have order and then you provide rail or proper transport system where even if you get your products in Warri, for example, you can get your goods coming into Lagos easy without having to wait for about 2 months.
What about the goods going to the east, south?
For those in that area, do you understand what I'm saying? So it's because of the structure, corruption, and we can't discuss corruption because when you talk about corruption, it's too wide.
Hydra-headed.
Exactly. So what the government can do now is what this meeting that happened are looking forward to. Let's break it down. Let's send some of these activities to the Warri port and see how we reduce the pressure on Lagos. Lagos is sinking, if we're to be honest.
Okay. Now, Swift, I'm coming to you. Now, the NPA, Nigerian Ports Authority, who are the real handlers of the port, came out and said, hey, these are ports we're having issues. And our solution is let other ports that are not in Lagos also get functional. Now, this is where I'm coming from. We want to grow $1 trillion economy. And the only way we can grow that economy is by productivity, which means we must bring mega goods to the market, which means we have to export at least 70% of what we are importing.
That's correct.
Can Apapa and Tinkan take us there?
So the challenge is this. They tell you that a lot of states have shot themselves in the leg by the fact that they have refused to maintain certain ports. When I was growing up, Warri Port was one of the most. Warri Ports used to do more than Lagos ports.
It's not owned by the state.
That's what we are saying. Okay. What happened? Port Harcourt Port was functional. What happened? There was a port in Calabar, which I know that the governor is trying to revive, and he's talking about it, trying to bring it up to speed. A lot of goods, people complain, even from the east, that to clear your goods in Lagos Apapa Port is cheaper than clearing it in Port Harcourt and in the east. And this is what, so first of all, you are looking at the customer. The customer is very excited to still work in Lagos ports. That's the challenge. So even when they say they want to redirect, the customer will say, no, I don't trust these people. I would prefer to use Lagos ports. Why are they preferring? Because Lagos State understands the kind of importance of revenue, and they have made sure they have had a system that keeps working. We saw from the beginning of this year how much Lagos State government puts into the overhauling of the ports. They keep repairing, they keep fixing. Even as tight as it is.
The port is not Lagos
yes,
property.
there are some that are Lagos property, and I saw the governor, at least he was in the ports beginning.
Apapa and Tinkan is what I'm talking about.
Yes, beginning of the year. Yes, there are things that they put in place. When the road was being congested, I remember during Fashola's time, Fashola went to the Nigerian military in Lagos State and appealed for soldiers so they could clear the Apapa way, so that it was easier for people, because at that point, people were complaining that, look, when you are bringing your goods, that road was always blocked, and you would spend 3 days, 4 days on that road. And they made a conscious effort to clear. They also talked to private people. I think Dangote was one of them, who helped to retar that road coming down to make it easier. What are other states doing? This is what we are saying. So minus the fact that people are not saying, oh, look, Lagos is trying to, there's politics, there's corruption. Minus the corruption. I don't want to defend corruption, because I'm not eating money with anybody, and I'm not sitting at the table.
So hold on. So if you have eaten money
what
with
I'm
people,
saying
you will not
is
defend
Lagos
it.
State has made What I'm trying to say is Lagos State has made a conscious effort to ensure that anything that has to do with their ports is working, from road networking to clearing to ensuring that customers are satisfied. And this is why people keep coming to Lagos. This is why businessmen who are taking their goods to Benin, because it's supposed to be easier to take your goods from Warri to Benin. But why is it that
less than an hour?
Yes, but businessmen will still say from Benin that they will prefer that 3-hour journey from Lagos because of the trust factor.
Hold on. Before you talk about the trust factor, you've been able to establish one thing. Some states are not just dynamic, but they've gone forward to tinker ahead and make their places viable. So the real question should now be, this particular state that this houses this other port, what have they been doing all this while?
That's why I said it's a federal and it's a state friction. Lagos, we know, always try to, they do their best to be ahead. Swift mentioned that some customers would rather have their goods here in Lagos than Warri and the rest because of certain background checks that happen over there in regards to corruption and all of that. You still have to put it back. You can't put it past the fact that the federal government have not also empowered the states
to make sure that this cleanup happens.
Exactly, it's supposed to be harmonized, the federal and the states. So if you are giving more, and you can't blame Lagos, for example. She rightly said the government here do their best to, of course, work in line with the federal government. Also, as well, and you realize that when you do this, you of course get access to discuss more way forward with the FG. But the other states, in this situation, I don't believe they get enough support, and that's why you get people coming to Lagos more to get their goods and all of that. So there should be an harmonization between the FG and the states, where these ports are all located. Once they start getting the actual support, they start getting some. You don't expect people to, like you said, you don't expect people to. If you want to restart, for example, the Warri or Calabar one, if you want to restart, there's certain benefits to put in place for consumers or for rather traders that are expecting their goods from China, from Turkey, and across borders. You give them certain benefits. So when they come in, because it's beneficial enough for you that you can just leave 1 hour, 30 minutes from your local environment to get your goods from the nearest port. That's a benefit. But if then I now look at what the nitty-gritty around fees, clearance, and all that, and it's looking like, because these were business people, they will always weigh it.
Definitely.
They'll do the checks and balance. If it's more, then there's something wrong. There's definitely something wrong. And I believe that that's not just that's not just a state issue. It's because no one is checking, and the edge should be checking.
And it's also possible that it could be a deliberate attempt.
Exactly. To actually force back to Lagos. So I'm not privy with the insider dealings of how these things are done in Lagos, but I strongly believe that every state, of course, wants to generate. Do you understand? And that's why I said it's an FG and state friction. If we are seeing more pushback with these activities to Lagos, then there's something in there that we don't know.
Let's also talk about the issue of security right now. Yeah. Now, for a while, we had, although that has been curbed, we had the piracy issue and the militancy issue along the Gulf of Guinea, and that from the Warri side, the Benin side. There's a port in Sapele.
Yes.
So we had all that issue now. Do you think it also contributed to shippers avoiding that particular route?
So yes, depending on how we look at it. For example, we understand how the insecurity is right now in Nigeria. But if you are running away from the pirates on that area, you also know that your goods go from Lagos by road, in most cases, to these places. And then by road, you are open to damages. You are open to accidents. You're open. So there's also the risk factor with regards to taking your goods from Lagos to Benue, to wherever you are in Nigeria.
Right now, you're looking at the end, the person that has the goods.
Exactly.
But now let's talk about the shippers, the shipping lines themselves.
That's where you see, when we had issues with the Niger Delta militants at some point, or the pirates, let me use the word pirates, at some point with regards to oil, and we found a way around it. If you really want it to work, it would work. These people are within your soil. They're within your shores. So you can always talk to them. You can always negotiate with them. And at the end of the day, Lagos to tell you, for example, even within the Lagos port and route down to Lagos, you would still find they have their own hiccups, but they just know how to go about it. That's because they understand how to trash these discussions and not have frictions with the federal government.
Trash the discussions and not have friction with the federal government. Now, this is an open, direct, clarion call to the governors of Edo, Delta, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, and the Southeast governors. Every one of you. Prayer will say shame, but no, we don't do that. Please wake up. We want to grow an economy, and all the sport in your state needs to work. So wake up and play your part. Let's get to energy consumption. Now, high gas prices is pushing poorer nations back to coal. This is coming from NLNG. Nigerian LNG Limited has warned that sustained high global gas prices are driving many developing countries away from cleaner energy options and back to coal. Okay. We won't go that far because our time is fast spent, but now we can talk about this. This particular is coming from Mr. Philip Michelia, that's the NLNG head. My question here is, why are you telling us high gas prices when you are directly in charge of production of that gas?
You see, there are a lot of funny things that happen when you listen to our director, JDDGs, or the people in charge of these institutions. It's more like they clamor around the problem rather than solutions. I mean, countries are going way past issues with gas and all of that. The people are focusing more on power now, power energy, looking for on light really to see how they can start cooking with lights and all of that, and even as far as solar to power certain electricals and electrical appliances. So if we are still here talking about, oh, we are being pushed back to coal, then it means that there's a problem. It means that as a country, are you using coal in your house?
No.
How affordable is it for you to get gas?
It's high. I bought gas some few days back at 1,006 per kg.
So it goes back to the earning power of the people. There are more people that are not earning enough to cater for certain things like this. So gas, power, these are issues that are global issues. It's not just a Nigerian thing, but it's because we don't have enough. We don't have that. Should I say bargaining power as a people or as the common man to say we can afford these things. So it's a problem that starts from even as far as the minimum wage. Okay. How much can you, even if we are talking about coal, then we are skipping kerosene. That's the problem.
Okay, we are skipping kerosene and talking about coal. Now, for those that have witnessed this gas and pricing issue within Nigeria, to be precise, we went from 4,000 to 6 to 8 to 12, all in a space of less than 4 years. And as of two weeks ago, people bought gas for as much as 2,000 something per kg.
Yes.
And a 12.5.
About a month ago, when your Pengasim brothers and sisters decided to.
Oh, they are my brothers and sisters now.
I've disassociated myself from them.
Oh, you were part of them before. No. How can we really see? We are still in the decade of gas. This is one thing most of us get to forget most times. We are in the decade of gas, which means gas is supposed to be a priority in driving this economy. Yeah. Yet we cannot afford that gas. It's like Toby said, it's almost out of the reach of the normal everyday Nigerian.
So
at 1,006 kg that I bought, I don't know what is sold in your side of your neck of the wood.
1.2, I'll be 1.3, yeah.
How can we get these prices down so that people can be able to have access to these energies? And how can we also get this particular gas to the plants that need them to generate power?
Okay, so what the energy guy is saying, from what I understand, is it's not just talking about Nigeria, it's talking about a global gas pricing, because there's a price like oil you can't sell above or beyond. Now, since the Russian-Ukraine war, because of the fact that Russia and Ukraine seem to used to be the highest gas producers and suppliers all over the world, which, a lot of countries had complained about. Since the war started, gas prices have shot up. Now, especially for countries that use gas to run their cars, there has been a complaint about pricing. And we see it in Europe, we see it in America. It has affected the economy, and it is still happening. Now, in Nigeria, we expect that, oh, it should be cheaper. After all, we are not getting gas from Russia and Europe. But because of the fact of manufacturing and some issues we have, that we still need to take our exports and re-import
we still get gas from
the finished products, like the ones that we produce in Nigeria, we can't even do it properly. We still need to export that. That's why we still have that pricing. And so that is part of the complaints that they are having. Now, what can be done? I'm happy that the Tinubu Tinubu government is very, very concerned about gas. They have put in a lot of monies. We've been talking since the beginning of the year, and they've promised us that by next year we will see. But we also cannot.
We will see what exactly?
We will see changes. We will see, NLG had promised that they were going to meet a certain amount. I can't remember, unfortunately, that they were going to meet a certain amount so that more people can be added to the gas family. But of course, if you look at it, a lot of people...
When they are added, can we afford it?
That's what they are saying. But if you look at it, a lot of people in the rural communities, they would tilt towards which is normal firewood. In some certain area, they tilt towards coal.
Which threatens
yes,
our
ecosystem. We agree with you. But right now, if you even go to some restaurants, people prefer to order charcoal jollof rice because I want the smell. I want to take myself back home when my mother used to cook or my grandmother used to cook. That's a reality we cannot take away.
And that's why you have rain falling in December.
Yes. Now, coal is way cheaper. Like you were saying, do you use
coal? Is cheaper?
I have a coal pot in my house.
Do you use it every day?
I don't use it every day because
try using it every day.
Let me tell you why I don't use it every day. In quotes, I am tush. Okay? I love, in quotes, you are tush. You don't want to, because you can't really put it in your kitchen. You need to put it outside. So that's the issue I have with my coal pot. But I have people around who, because there's a woman who sells coal, and anytime she's out of coal, I see how people in the area are panicking. That's the reality. 200 naira coal, or let's say 500 naira coal, we serve a family of 5 for a week. 500 naira gas cannot serve a family of 5 for a meal. And so when you look at it, like you said something about purchasing power, what you are paid. Because I earn more, I can afford to close my eyes to how cheap coal is. And maybe only on weekends when I want to cook a lot of big soup and big stew, use my coal. But people who don't earn more will risk the fanning and the smoke to ensure. So it's cheaper. And until gas comes down to, let's say, 100 naira per kg, the way it's no, that was what it was selling for in 2014. Yes, that's what it was selling for in 2014, 2015, because I used to buy at that time. So until it comes down, and of course, until the Russian-Ukraine war, because that was what shut gas up.
Okay. While we look forward to possibilities, we really want to see our power plants get functioning. We are looking at being able to generate more power. Hey, and we need gas for this to work. Now, we're still talking energy. NNPC, we are in the news. Now, NNPC has resumed petrol import after earlier stoppage. Now, they came up and said that they are no longer importing. But as we speak, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has resumed large-scale petrol imports, reversing its earlier stance that it had ceased importation. According to November data from the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, figures from the authority's latest fact sheet revealed that NNPC was the primary importer of petrol in November 2025, supplying 1.563 billion liters, representing the bulk of the country's needs that month. That was just last month. The revelation comes less than a year after NNPC declared that it had stopped importing petrol, raising fresh concern over Nigeria's fuel self-sufficiency and status of local refining efforts. The fact sheet titled State of the Midstream and Downstream Sector was published under the regulator's new monthly transparency initiative. Now, this report aims to improve public access to key industry data on fuel supply, domestic consumption, and refinery performance issues that remain critical to energy stability and pricing in Africa's biggest economy, which we all know is Nigeria. Dear Toby and beautiful Swift.
Stop being so serious. Yes.
Now we have NNPC, it belongs to us, that are supposed to be operating the Warri refinery, the Port Harcourt refinery, and the Kaduna refinery. And for the Port Harcourt refinery, there are 2 refineries in that one refinery, to be precise. We have an NNPC that have spent billions in dollars trying to revamp these refineries. We have an NNPC that is coming up with policies to grow Nigeria refining capacity. We have an NNPC that came up last year saying we are no longer importing. We, private entities, who can give them license to import. But as of last month, we had an NNPC doubt. What's the major importer of petrol? Now, that particular one came out last year because they decided to publish, which means that it's possible that they've also been importing all this while. Why are we having this kind of policy somersault?
So this, of course, exposes persistent structural issues and why we have delays in our local, should I say, refinery production. And the only reason why we have these issues, backlash of policies, is because when you look at the only reason why you have something like this is because some people don't align with transparency. Most of the private sector, or private companies or firms that fall, or partners that fall in this whole NNPC saga are not brought into the picture. So you can say there's more pressure, there's more stress on their side to be open to the general public, and of course this would make the policymakers to trigger like a push for timelines for domestic production to come further, so that we can. If not, there's going to be an issue, and I think this happens every end of the year into the new year. By new year now, there's a change in price for fuel and all of that, and then there's scarcity and all of that. So it's just because there's an issue with transparency. It's very key in any institution that transparency is looked into, and you get the right parties to be involved. If the private side of business if they're not carried along with these things, then you can't delegate. If you shoulder all of the stress with regards to this institution, it will weigh you. And that's what's happening with NNPC, and that's why there are a lot of regulations and policies that are clashing every now and then with their production.
Okay, now Swift, let's do this fast.
Yes, boss.
We have private companies that have licenses to import. Now, NNPC is supposed to not just regulate and monitor, but NNPC is supposed to be one of the major refiners of this product in the first place. NNPC is supposed to be the person championing local refining.
I like the way
but
you
right
say
now,
suppose.
Right now, it's the opposite. NNPC is the major importer of fuel.
But NNPC has always been the major importer of fuel.
Should that be right?
No, so NNPC right from time.
Do you see them playing fair, just like he said, to people that are supposed to be refining?
NNPC has always been the major importer of fuel in Nigeria. In fact, they have been so good that they were the ones that were distributing to other stations as big as Total. And so it even got to its stage that if the manager or whatever doesn't like you, they would not give you commodity. So there was a time in this country, if you offended somebody at the NNPC ports, you will not be able to get commodity. So most of these people who you claim, oh, they have licenses, they don't import. They still go to NNPC because that's one of the ways NNPC is supposed to derive money from. You import the product, you sell to other people, so you make a profit. But NNPC always claims they've never made a profit. Let's leave that by the side. We know that Dangote refinery, Dangote has promised that he's going to be able to do 57 million liters. Now, unfortunately, I don't know how many liters he's putting out. He has promised by next year we'll be able to do 57 billion liters, and that will 1.7 billion liters by next year, and that is about 57 million liters daily. That's what Dangote has promised. Now, in Nigeria, statistics shows that we use between 48 to 57 million liters daily. It means that what Dangote is producing is not enough to run the entire country. So NNPC needs to provide fuel. Since the refineries are not working, you know, they were lying before. They have come out to say, look, the refineries are not working.
Oh, they were lying?
Yes, there was a time they claimed, even when...
No, I just needed to hear you say it.
They were lying, because at that point, I defended them at that point, that look, the refineries are working.
Okay, now can you do us a favor?
Yes.
Did you say they were lying?
Now, yes, I said it. So since they have come out...
Which means you were lying then.
So yes, I was lying.
Okay, so you owe the table an apology.
No, I don't owe it an apology. I don't owe the table an apology because based on the premise, based on what I got from NMPC, I got information that they were working. I got information from Pengasin members who went to NMPC and claimed that the refineries were working.
And now you are dissociating yourself from Pengasin.
No, yes, I'm because they disappointed me at that point in time. But let's leave it there. Okay. And so coming back to this table, now look at the fact that we now know that, okay, Dangote cannot supply the whole country. Definitely. How do we get fuel? It means that NMPC needs to now go back to what they were doing before, which was importation. Now, they will not be able to...
What happened to the private sector companies?
That's what I'm saying. Dangote is one of them. I'm telling you from what I know, because I have a friend whose father runs a fuel station. And from what I knew, I was in shock to find out that they kept collecting from NMPC. I was like, no, but a lot of people, and he told me...
Like, this particular premise you're bringing up right now is open up a whole lot of, a can of worms. Because if we backtrack down to the era of subsidy, are you trying to say NMPC is complicit?
NMPC has been importing right from time.
So who are they paying all the subsidy money to?
That's what you need to find out. That's why I said they were supposed to be selling and bringing out profit. That's why every time that there's a probe in NMPC, it dies. But leave it at that point in time. Let's now come back to what is on the table now. Okay. Now, Dangote, who is our biggest supplier, cannot supply the needs of Nigerians, which is about 57 million liters daily.
Just about. You can only just about.
So that's what we need now. He has promised by next year he will be able to deliver that.
Other refineries are coming by next year.
So if he's saying that, that means by next year, NMPC will not need to import. But one kudos I will give to NMPC is the reason why they are importing is, look, it's the Christmas period already. Transportation companies have a way to try and look for reasons why to increased fuel price. Now, the president is very sentimental at this time because we do not want scarcity. So NMPC needs to import to make up for what Dangote is not doing so that there's no scarcity. Because once there's scarcity, food prices will go up, inflation will start again, the common man will start to cry. And this pre-Christmas period, going back to the village or traveling or whatever will be tripled and doubled. And this is why NMPC has to sit. So it's a good thing they are importing fuel. Can we work on them next year so that they can stop, which we are hoping Dangote meets his promised 57 million liters per day and 1.7 billion liters in the month? Then NMPC will not have an excuse why they are importing. And then the corruption and the transparency we have been talking about, we would finally be able to see it.
Okay, while you're looking at NMPC and NMPC and NMPC, we want to see other refineries also come upstream. Not just Dangote. Dangote is not the savior. Dangote is a businessman. So he's not the one carrying Nigeria on his head, even if you've done well, and a whole lot. Thank you very much. Now let's get to what's happening in aviation. ECOWAS is planning to scrap air ticket taxes from January 2026. Yesterday we spoke about high ticket pricing globally. Then, hey, we said that of Africa and Nigeria is way off the hook. That's if they are listening to us. Now, the Economic Community of West African States has announced that all air ticket taxes across its member states will be abolished starting January 1. 2026, in a major policy shift aimed at reducing regional airfare and improving connectivity. The plan was revealed by ECOWAS Director of Transport and Communication, Chris Appiah, during an interview at the ECOWAS Council of Ministers meeting in Abuja. Appiah said the decision is part of the broader effort to remove cost barriers and stimulate intra-Africa travel. The tax removal is expected to lower flight prices, encourage tourism and business travel, and also strengthen economic integration across the sub-region. Analysts are saying that the move would make West Africa one of the most accessible air travel zones in Africa if effectively implemented, though challenges remain in harmonizing regulations and infrastructure among member countries. Okay, now going from Nigeria to Ghana is less than an hour, 30 minutes. It's almost the same time it will take you to fly from Lagos to Kano. And yet, it's cheaper to go to Kano and more expensive to go to Ghana. Same distance, same fuel bond, same aircraft, same bonds, and same small bottle of water.
Yesterday when we discussed about it, you can see that the way prices of things, or the way the pricing system in the airline industry just skyrockets at every event, every given event is quite questionable. And if this new ECOWAS information goes, if it's executed properly and it goes and is successful, of course this would catalyze new airline routes, and it's also very important that you start to see a larger volume of passengers using the airlines for their journeys and vacations and the rest, and because now it's affordable, and that should be the first point to note. How accessible is this to the common man, to everyone wanting to use the airlines for travels? And the end goal is, of course, regional impact on GDP. You'd see a massive change in the right direction as to monies, because at the end of the day, when you say these airlines are so expensive, people cannot use it, that means lesser people use this service, or lesser people go around this institution or this industry, and that of course affects how much revenue you make, and that affects the GDP, that affects how this industry will grow moving forward. So it's a good one if it goes successfully. Like I said, of course you see more people using the airlines, and of course more routes will actually spring off as well too, and it impacts the GDP. Okay, that's cool. Nigeria, Ghana flights, Nigeria, Cameroon flights, Nigeria, Niger. Okay, they are pulling out of ECOWAS. But hey guys, you can't run away from your brothers. Nigeria, Burkina Faso, you can't stick around from your brothers. Senegal and Cote d'Ivoire. You just imagine if all these routes are directly open, and so there's no round flying to get to these places, and it's a direct flight to each of all these countries, and these taxes charged between countries are completely removed. What positivities do you see?
What's making me laugh is ECOWAS was founded in 1975. Their major work they are supposed to be the economic community of West African states. That's to ensure that they build trade. But over the years, they have seemed to be the clog in the wheel of progress for building states. So there was a time Doctor was on this table and he said something. He said with less than $200, you can go from one European country to another. But you can't do the same. You can't do a tour. You can't go from here to Kenya with less than 4.5 million. So that means that intentionally, ECOWAS, ECOWAS states have been shooting ourselves in the leg. And what they have realized, they are coming to just realize it in 2025, because we are talking about the unity of Africa, and they are finding out that a lot of Africans would rather travel to Europe for holidays than travel to their fellow African countries. Why? Because of taxation on tickets. The Nigerian government made 6.2 million from airline ticketing. That's to tell you how much. Now imagine international travel, how much they are making. And so if they can cut down on profits and look at the unity, the economic build-up, and the fact that we are supposed to be building an economy together, unified as Africans, then we can travel cheaper. And then we can see more Nigerians go to Kenya. Because if I'm going to spend the same amount I'm spending to Kenya, going to Dubai, or going to the UK, why will I not go to UK and Dubai? Why will I go to Kenya? So that's what they are realizing. In fact, travel shows that more Europeans visit Kenya, Ghana, than Nigerians or other Africans do these tours, Egypt and all that. And this is a shame, because like I would always want to go to Egypt, but if I'm put the same money on a table and I can go to Dubai and go to Egypt, I would definitely be going to Dubai. So that's the problem they are facing. So removing this is going to be very good. It will boost economy. It will boost economic growth, intra-economic growth within all African states. And this is what we have been looking for.
Okay, while we are looking for this, let's now tell you a new immigration policy. Well, it's not exceptionally new. It reared its head some months back, but right now it's on the table. Now the US is requiring 5 years 5 years of social media history if you are applying to migrate there. Now, the U.S. government plans to introduce new travel screening rules that would require certain international tourists to submit up to 5 years of their social media activity as part of visa application. You heard us. The proposal announced Wednesday by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection has entered a 60-day public comment period. If adopted, the rule will apply to travelers from countries flagged for higher security risks or subject to enhanced vetting. Officials say the measure aims to strengthen national security by identifying potential threats through online behavior. This is where we have found ourselves. Okay, now for those that are wondering and can't really understand what is happening, the United States is telling you that, hey, if you're coming here, we are not just going to vet or look at you, but we are also going to look at your online behavior. What have you been posting? Who are you exactly? That is what they are talking about. This is a bit.
Well, it's not new.
It's not new. Well, they've been doing that backdoor. But they've not publicly told you that. Do you know we really do this? But right now they're saying 5 years scrutiny of your online behavior.
It's very good. I think I support it, and I support it because currently there's a social media. Should I call it? What's that word that we use for hazard or social media? I don't know the word to use. Or there's a gothic social media display right now, and people need to be very cautioned. Information, the right information needs to be passed. We have too many blogs, too many people online trying to be influencers, quote unquote, just putting out wrong information about themselves, about people, about countries, about nations, society. That needs to be controlled. And one way or the other, I always tell people, you don't know where you find yourself. I mean, when you go for interviews, they tell you, where will you be in 5 years? So 5 years is actually it's a good cubicle to do a background check. In the UK, if you are in the UK for about, maybe you get a visa for maybe 2, 3, 4 years, and you leave the UK, before you come in, you have to get some police reports to show that, okay, for the past 6 months, you've been away from the country, and this is what I've been doing. I've not been taken into custody by the police. I've not been involved in any criminal activity. So it's a good one. Even I had friends that tried getting the US visa sometime last year, and they go online now posting, oh, US is such a great country. Putting up good discussion about the US. Okay. It might not cover for everything, but it just shows the kind of person you are coming to the country. I feel like it's something that Nigeria should also adopt as an amazing country looking forward. So we just don't bring in anyone to our country. It helps you to, first you have to tighten your borders, of course, yeah. And then it's a good structure. I support it.
Okay, now Swift, we are rounding up.
Yes, I know.
We are finding it difficult now. Okay, right now we will find it difficult to separate the person from the image on the social media.
The reason why I'm saying so profiling has showed that many people that were terrorists over the years, like 4 or 5 years before, had expressed what they were going to do. Profiling has also showed that
personality has also been on the social space.
Some people that, they became normal. 3 or 4 years ago, I tweeted, I want to stab somebody. But those things were kept. And then maybe they graduated from the university, they became normal people, and one day they wake up in the morning and they just walk into an office and stab somebody. And then they go back to their tweets and they realize that 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, this person actually expressed this. So a lot of terrorists that are in US, they have backtracked some of their tweets and saw that before they came to US, they had a lot of hate tweets, hate speeches about the country. They talked about how much they hate the nation, how they want to do this and do that, and which is happening in Nigeria now. If we can implement it in Nigeria, I see people go on social media and say how much they hate the country, and if they are in political office, they will do everything to steal money. Such a person in the next 5 years may be vying for a position. Can we bring out that tweet and get rid of the person? Because when the person gets into office, they will do exactly the same thing.
So right now we are seeing the social life on the social media is not different.
So we are seeing profiling. Yes.
People grow, yes, but that's why they're saying 5 years. Not just one
so that we can profile you properly.
There could be like pseudo account, just like you write. It's fiction.
No.
We used to have that earlier
that's why like for example the X platform allows you to
categorize deleted tweets
or categorize your account to a particular niche. Are you a lawyer? Okay. Are you a parody account? Okay. Are you an art or an artist and all of that? So if you are a writer, you know, and your style of writing is gothic, you write about scary things and all of that, you should put it there, state it out there, because it helps
to be able to
identify
separate
you
your
as,
person
exactly
from your work of art.
Exactly.
Okay. So this is a public service announcement from we here in SOUQ. Mind yourself. Don't just go up on the social media and just blab and do things that will hurt you, or even hurt your kids that you don't even have yet. So we should be really careful what we put out there in the social space. And please, 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 don't put your life on the social space. Something should be kept private. My name is SOUQ, and it's been wonderful having you on SBL today. Remember, tomorrow is Friday, and we'll do it again. The rains have come in a different dimension in Lagos, so please cover up. If you have children, please make sure they get enough vitamin C and don't let them wade into surface waters. We'll do this again tomorrow. SOUQ's John Rogers is here, and Swift.
I want to tell you that keep being who you are, keep fighting, keep pushing, because it's only people that fight that win the battle. Have a beautiful day. My name is Swift Aderito.
Toby? It's going to be a good Thursday. Do have a wonderful day. Thank you for joining us on SBL today. Have an SBL Thursday. I will see you tomorrow.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prized bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on SOUQ News TV.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dangote, for his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up will not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjured as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines rare intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FIRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal land revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them when they bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and
Africa has endured centuries of external control, from slavery and, of course, to still a whole lot of things happening, I can tell you, even to colonialism, to modern economic dependencies. Yet today, a new conversation is emerging, and that is how Africa can define development, governance, and prosperity on her own terms. I am Grace Komolafe, and this is Across Borders. Today, we want to examine egalitarianism and whether equality can truly drive Africa's political and economic future. Our guest is Bishop Dr. Abraham Williams, an author, journalist, and a Pan-African thinker, born in Sierra Leone with Liberian heritage. He is the author of African Egalitarianism, The Pathway to the Glorious African Renaissance, where he proposes an alternative political and economic vision for Africa grounded in equality and sovereignty. But before he joins, let's take a break. We will return in a bit. Please stay with us. Welcome back, and this is Across Borders. Once again, my name is Grace Komolafe. Today, we shall be looking at the topic egalitarianism, driving Africa's political and economic future. And like I mentioned earlier, our guest is an author, journalist, and a Pan-African thinker, born in Sierra Leone with Liberian heritage. He is a bishop as well, and I am talking about Bishop Dr. Abraham Williams. It's such a pleasure to have you join us this morning, Dr. Williams. Good morning. Good morning, Doctor. Good morning, if you can hear me. Are you there? All right, so we are actually going to be looking at egalitarianism, and I think that has to do with fairness, that has to do with equality, that has to do with democracy. How well do you think leadership or government can harness this, can use this word, this term, to ensure that they are able to carry their country along or redefine leadership? I think that's very important. That is what we want to be looking at today. And because a bishop had written a book in that line, so I think he's the best fit for this conversation, but we need to give him a bit of time. Let's find out if Bishop is with us. Bishop Abraham. Good morning, Bishop. Good morning. Are you there? All right, let's take a break, and then when we come back, we will be having this conversation again. We'll be back. Please stay with us.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back. In case you're just joining us, this is Across Borders, and today we want to look at egalitarianism driving Africa's political and economic future. And to have this conversation is Bishop Dr. Abraham Williams. He's an author, he's a journalist, and of course he wrote a book on egalitarianism, so he is the best fit for this conversation. Good morning, Dr. Abraham.
Yeah, good morning. I'm glad to be with you, connected from Monrovia, Liberia.
Oh, great. Thank you. It's a pleasure having you. It's a pleasure. So we just get started because we've actually lost some time already. So let's go into the program proper. I want to ask you, for the sake of the layman, you know, in clear terms, could you tell us what egalitarianism is and how does it apply to Africa's political and economic future?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, egalitarianism, as I described it, is actually a novel social, economic, and political ideology that I coin in my book. The aspect of egalitarianism, equal opportunity, so that the outcomes will be equal, because we are all not equal in the terms of our IQ, in terms of our expertise, our talents and abilities, and so on and so forth. But the aspect of egalitarianism is talking about giving each person in Africa equal opportunity, for example, to go to school, to harness the best education. And then after that, the person will be able to excel in his or her area to the zenith, so that no one is left behind because of lack of resources financially, or because of lack of opportunities, for them to be able to explore their God-given and other abilities that they will have to acquire along the way. So egalitarianism is talking about that aspect in terms of our economic and as far as our personal development is concerned.
Okay, okay.
Well,
right,
but look at
so I want to ask you, how does egalitarianism connect to African democracy, and why do you believe democracy in Africa needs to be retaught? Why did you think so?
Yeah. The thing is that democracy in Africa is based on Western democracy. Western democracy is a very good system that applies to the West, and it very well thrives there. It gives people opportunities. I wouldn't say equal opportunities, but it gives them opportunities. And almost everybody can harness that opportunity in diverse manners and magnitude. But you will realize that the West, basically Europe, America, or the Americas, is actually basically a monocultural and monolinguistic setting. That means most of them have one language. Most of them have one kind of cultural setting, if you like, except for those who are either primitive or those who are the natives. Maybe like in America now, you will find the Red Indians who are the natives. But on a general note, you find out that they are monocultural and monolinguistic. And so Western democracy can work very well there, and it has worked and thrived there because it doesn't divide them. They are divided basically on ideological levels and parties. But here in Africa, you find out that we are multicultural and multilinguistic in our background. As a result, when you just transplant, I will use that word, transplant, Western democracy into the African setting, you find out that we are divided along ethnic lines. And sometimes it forms on regional lines, So by the time you come with Western democracy, that is multi-party democracy, people are thinking along regional lines, thinking along ethnic lines. And the politicians here work in those directions. And so instead of Western democracy actually bringing out our unity, it further divides us. And that is what the politicians use here. But you will find that African democracy is trying to say that you will see have multiplicity of political parties, but has to be restricted so that it doesn't further divide us much more. And then Western democracy, when you consider it in the West, it's like they regard themselves as equal. And so they operate as giving all the opportunity in terms of candidature, in terms of a level playing field, for them to operate, to campaign, and all the other things. But in Africa, it is different because Western democracy, to me, is used by the West in order to subjugate us furthermore, in order to exploit us. And as a result, you find out that when it comes to electioneering process and the electioneering outcomes also, you will see that those candidates that the West considered, especially the colonial masters, when you go to maybe some parts in West Africa, for example, now, when you see those who have been colonized by the British people, you will see that they will have the candidate that they will consider as the best candidate, either from the UN background or some other background that they see as their own favorite candidate. And they will be behind the candidate until the candidate succeeds. And even if that candidate in his or her presidency really does not govern very well in democracy, they will still be supporting that person. And they will say, well, whether there were election irregularities, they were not enough to cause any difference in the outcome, And so sometimes they maintain puppets. Like in Cameroon, for example, you will see that they've maintained pure beer because it serves the interests of the French people. They've maintained it. In Congo, they maintained the Bogos for a long while. So you will see that Western democracy supports a particular kind of puppet to Western exploitation of Africa. But then, in egalitarianism, yes.
Please go ahead.
Yes, in egalitarianism, we are saying that we make a level playing field so that when African countries have elected their own presidents, the presidents are there to be able to seek the interests foremost of the country. It is not like a Western, I would call it, hegemony that is there and having a puppet that is in Africa that they are going to use so that they will be negotiating certain concessions, certain deals, certain investment concessions that will actually profit those who are investing from the West mostly, and then giving pittances to the African country. And as much, you will see that economically, the Africans are not benefiting so much. They are benefiting very minimally.
Okay. Okay, so I want to talk about the colonial influence. You have mentioned that the West, you mentioned that everything about them is put together, their culture, the language, everything is one, is unity. So, I am thinking that if the West actually colonized Africa, I mean, how does this colonial role actually shift democratic and governance system, that Africa inherited after independence? So if they have colonized Africa and they have everything working for them, how come? Because I want to believe that when a child lives with a parent, he also learns, from them and begins to do what they do. Do you understand? Why is it that we're having something different in Africa? Multi-language and multicultural and all of that. Why is it so?
Well, the aspect of multilinguistic and cultural backgrounds, that one I would say is something that is brought about by God. Where biblically we would say the Tower of Babel. It's like, if you like, I would say humorously that the Tower of Babel fell in Africa. As a result, we have more languages and cultural backgrounds. Okay, but I would want to inform you historically that many civilizations started in Africa. The art of learning started in Africa. The art of invention started in Africa. Even philosophy started in Africa. People like Plato, people like Aristotle came to Egypt, ancient Egypt, and learned philosophy before they went back to Greece, and the West in order to popularize it. So you will see that we are not like actually children of the West. The reverse is that the West should have been children of Africa, because that is how it is. Now, looking at it from the colonial perspective, we will see that in my book I described that Africa disadvantaged itself from the outset because of our mentality. I call it a patronage mentality and system of governance. That is to say, since the African runs an empire, the people and the wealth belong to the emperors and their dynasties and their cronies. And as a result, they are the ones that share what belongs to the country, what belongs to them. And most often than not, what belongs to the dynasty is higher, far higher, maybe 80% of the wealth. And of course, those that serve belong like as to them who are leading. And as a result, you see that we are disadvantaged. Instead of us growing in our knowledge, in those kind of God-given advantages that we are actually brought up into, we find out that we reversed as a result of our mentality. And so, when the slave masters came, or the colonial masters came, first looking at slavery, you will see that they were easily able to accede to colonialism because those people who were agitating against the kind of misrule, those who were agitating against their patronage system, who felt that the wealth has to be shared across the board so that everybody benefits maximally, they started looking at them as antagonists, as enemies. They put them in dungeons. People like the Singbe in Sierra Leone, my own country and other places. And so you see that when the slave masters came, it was not the ordinary Africans that they sold. It was these brains who were against them that they sold into slavery. And you will know the Amistad Revolt. Just imagine people who were on chains. And then their masters and whoever were manning that ship had guns, although it was single barrel. And they knew that these were single barrels. If you shoot one, they will reload, it will take time. And so they had to overpower those who had guns. So people on chains could do that. You will know that these were brave. So you see that that's how Africa now destroyed the fabric of their own brains. Those who were innovators, those who were philosophers, those who could think properly and make the society to be egalitarian, to have equal opportunity, you know, in the wealth, in the resources, and in every other way.
Okay. So let's talk about your book. Let's talk about your book. You've mentioned it briefly, but I want to ask you again, you know, you wrote the book African Egalitarianism, the pathway to the glorious African Renaissance, 2022 and beyond. What inspired you to author this book?
Can you say that again, please? I didn't get you very well.
What inspired you to author that book, the book Egalitarianism, that you authored? Why did you go ahead to author that book?
Yes. I was inspired, I will believe, by God, because I'm a man of God. And also, I am an international rights advocate, and I'm passionate about African development. I'm a Pan-Africanist to the core. And so, I read in between the lines. I studied in Nigeria, for example, for quite a while. I worked there in northern Nigeria, in the Middle Belt, in Enugu, that's in eastern Nigeria, and I traversed Nigeria for a while. So I observed in Nigeria, and I've observed in Guinea and in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in places where I've been in Africa, that we are mostly under exploitation in the name, even colonialism. Colonialism to me was just slavery legitimized, so that they could now, in broad daylight, come exploit our resources, no adding additional value to it, not giving us much skills, and going out and using it, adding value there, and giving themselves skills, coming back with the same products and exploiting us, selling to us very costly things that they could have processed in Africa and then added value to it, added skills to young men and young women, and then improve the entrepreneurial landscape and investment landscape and those kinds of things. So I saw that Africa is under exploitation, serious exploitation from the West. They will normally say we are corrupt. Yes, individually, and our politicians and civil servants, I would say, mostly are corrupt. But I would say that their own of corruption is legitimized industrial corruption. In fact, I would say from Pierre Lumumba say they are stealing on an industrial scale. And I would say they steal massively because they come, they loot our resources, they give us pittance, like for example, 4%. After they have invested, and then you combine all the investments, all the administrative and other costs put together, maybe it will be going up to 30%. Then they now give you 4% royalty. And then they go and add value to that one in another country or in the West and bring it back to you and sell it at astronomical cost. So you will find out that Africa is under exploitation. I feel that Western democracy is not helping us. We have to nationalize, if I will say that one. We nationalize our investment so that we can add value to our extractive minerals, for example, gold or diamonds. We can have subsidiary industries. Yeah.
Okay, so you've talked about exploitation, and I can see that you're very passionate about this, you know. And so for me, I'm actually looking at both ways. So when we talk about the West being, exploiting Africans, I want us to also look at Africans. Is it possible that we chart the right course to ensure that we block all the loopholes, to guide it to ensure that this stops? I mean, it could not be, probably might not be a one-off thing, like a one-day thing, a miracle that will happen today. But what are the processes that should be put in place to ensure that we put a stop to all of this? And again, looking inward, you see that Africans ourselves, in one way or the other, we kept exploiting ourselves, because you've mentioned corruption and all of that. What do we need to do to begin to see ourselves as equals, to begin to see the need not to exploit one another? So even if at home we are able to guide all of these and we are sensitized, I want to believe that it will be easy to even fight the fight from the outside. What do you think?
You are very correct. You are very, very correct. I can't put it any better. In fact, in my book, I devote a chapter to I call it the paradox, sociological paradox. It's a sociological paradox that we Africans, we say we are communal. When you say you are communal, it means that you believe in like the Ubuntu philosophy, whereby you will say that I exist because we exist. I succeed because we succeed. That means that I care more for my community and my people as against my own personal benefit. And so it means that as I am succeeding, I want my community, my country to succeed. That is what communalism to me would actually mean. But you see that in the paradox, we that say we are communal, we are the ones stealing from our brothers. The communal system makes us to see that we are all brothers and sisters who are related. If we are brothers and sisters, we are supposed to seek one another's interests, but we are the ones stealing from one another. We are the ones involved in massive corruption. Somebody will become a president of the country, and he's just a middle-class person. By the time he runs like 5 years of his term, you will see that he becomes maybe one of the richest in the continent. And then by the time he runs another 5 years, he's richer, he's among... Right?
Okay.
You will see that...
Okay, you're there. All right. Doctor, are you still there? Okay,
yes,
so let's go on a
Somebody
short break.
Okay,
doctor, let's just take a break at this moment. So when we come back, the conversation will continue. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education, excellence of apex heights and proportions in
Slavery is often imagined as cruelty from a distance, a relic of the past, Rusty chains, dark ships, forgotten plantations, history books closed and sealed. But modern slavery rarely looks like history remembers it. Today, it hides in places one could hardly imagine, with millions suffering in silence, freedom stripped without the world noticing. The International Day for the Abolition of Slavery confronts this uncomfortable truth. Slavery did not end, it evolved. And until every individual is free to live, work, and dream without coercion, the work of humanity remains unfinished. According to the International Labour Organization, an estimated 50 million people live in conditions of modern slavery globally. This includes forced labor, sexual exploitation, debt bondage, child labor, and forced marriage. Sub-Saharan Africa alone accounts for over 9 million people trapped in forced labor, while Asia and the Pacific remain the regions
Welcome back, and you are watching Across Borders here on SOUQ News Television. We've been having a good conversation with Bishop Dr. Abraham, who has been talking about egalitarianism. And of course, that's the topic for today, egalitarianism driving Africa's political and economic future. Yes, Doctor, the report we just played spoke about International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. And before we went on that break, you also talked about exploitation. You will agree with me that in a way, exploitation is part of the slavery that we are talking about. And either we like it or yes, in a way, we still see some impact, despite independence and all that. So I want to ask you, let's come to present day impact. In what ways do colonial ideas and structures still show up in African governance and economic systems?
Yeah, you see, I think that the West never have wanted Africa to be one because they see that Africa has vast resources and Africa has brains, really. But because we disadvantage ourselves with our mentality and system of governance, that patronage mentality, whereby the one who is head is the one that profits maximally. So they came in now, and once they have managed to shove us behind, they make sure they keep us behind. So they bring in structures. They bring in what you call best practices, whether it's economic best practices, accountability best practices. All those ones, mostly, they are just written on paper and structures, but the system is not working. And they know that it's not working, and they're happy that it's not working because it serves them. For example, the issue of corruption is an endemic perennial, in fact, I call it a Herculean monster. It's a Herculean monster that is killing Africa. Now, if you come up with corruption cases now, and you have a court system that is already inundated with several other cases, criminal, civil, and other cases. If you really want to fight corruption, you, the president, or those that are spearheading, should be able to lead by example. That's one. But secondly, I feel that they should have a fast-track court, an exclusive fast-track court to fight corruption, in which case, within a month or free, they should be able to move in and gather evidences and be able to prosecute. They should be robust about fighting this corruption because that's the greatest monster that we have, whether in the presidency, whether in governance, in the civil service, and that is what is making the people from the West and all the people that are coming in, whether from the East, anywhere they're coming from, to come and exploit us because they be able to link up with our corrupt leaders, civil servants, and they make some kind of concessions that they know are not going to maximize profit for us, but for them. And a few of the corrupt people that are in governance, in the civil service. And so, in order to be able to really handle those areas, we want to make sure that the civil service is, I wouldn't say corrupt free, because man generally is corrupt, but that the civil service, those that enter into civil service, are not entering there in order to make money for themselves or enrich themselves, but they should be serving the country so that the country and the people of the country are placed as priority. That's one thing. Also, those who are in governance should be able to see the people and the country as foremost priority instead of enriching themselves and amassing what I call generational wealth. That's the thing they need to do. So we have to be able to control corruption as one major enemy.
Okay, so basically you are talking about leadership by example, which is very key. You know, they say you lead, when you lead, others follow. It is what you do, others see you do that. A lot of people will want to emulate and hear.
Slavery is often imagined as cruelty from a distance, a relic of the past. Rusty chains, dark ships, forgotten plantations, history books closed and sealed. But modern slavery rarely looks like history remembers it. Today, it hides in places one could hardly imagine, with millions suffering in silence, freedom stripped without the world noticing. The International Day for the Abolition of Slavery confronts this
power. So I'm asking that how do you think an egalitarian system would change leadership, decision-making, and accountability in African countries?
Okay. Yes. For example, let me give a biblical inference quickly before I move on. In Nehemiah chapter 5, verse 14 and 15, when Nehemiah returned and was able to spearhead the rebuilding of the walls of Jerusalem, he was made governor, let's say president of Israel at that point in time. He said those that had gone before him, even during the time of the enslavement of the Jews, when they were in captivity, they used most of the resources, those who are leaders used most of the resources on themselves. But for him, he would not go that route because he see that the people are impoverished. And so he only used 10% of what was actually accrued to royalty. And he said from that 10%, all his ministers, all those who are working along in government, and those who are envoys who come from out, who would need a kind of luxurious entertainment, will feel from that 10%. And so he led by example. That is one thing we need to do. We need to lead by example, as I stated earlier on. But then we have to also nationalize our investment. Now, the world is a global village, we normally say. So you wouldn't say that, oh, we can remain on our own aside from the West. No, we have to interact with all the civilizations, with all, different geographical areas of the world. But we should make sure that we own our investment, our industrial, and our whatever we're doing in the country. We own it. We nationalize it. So anybody that is coming from out, anybody that wants to do investment, anybody that wants to do industrial expansion is welcome, but we must be able to negotiate on a parity kind of negotiation table. It shouldn't be that you come in from out and you tell us this is what will happen, that is what will happen because I'm the one coming to do this and that. We negotiate from a level playing field, not somebody coming to impose on you, so that we can add value. We want to maintain that our extractive raw materials or minerals will not be taken out of the country, but rather value should be added to them, whereby subsidiary industries could, be created, and that will lead to employment explosion, and the economy will boom as a result of that. So we have to create a pathway for ourselves, so that as others are coming, we're moving along them, we're moving with the innovation, we're moving with the free market economy, and that's another area. In Africa, when we say free market economy, it is not free, because a free market economy will mean that you are making investment to be open to anybody that has capacity in certain areas and is able to sustain that kind of investment. So even if there are 20, 50, 100 kinds of people like that, they could go into it. But here now, you see that most of the time, we just give, whether it's IPDs or we give certain concessions to maybe limited amount of people. And so what will happen is they control the market. They even control the prices because it's only like 2 people who are importing rice, for example. It's only like 4 people who are importing building materials, for example, whereas there could be even 20 people importing. It is said the more the merrier. When you have those kinds of opportunities that you actually call a free market economy, you allow people to use their capacity to the maximum so that the consumers are the ones who benefit, because the more you have people competing to produce, you have people competing in market, you find out that, one, they will improve quality. Number 2, they will make sure that they bring prices down. So the consumers are the ones that benefit, instead of where you have a manipulated or monopolized market economy. We are only few people that are approved by the government who also are servants of the government, or those who are in power who kind of use their influence to be able to get some more money from here and there and there. And then these people who are giving those kinds of concessions or privileges to invest are the ones who are working along with them in order to enrich themselves and then impoverish the people. So you find out that the low class, the lower class, they never really come up. They struggle, they strive, but they really never able to come up to the middle class, and not to say to excel to the higher level. So egalitarianism, you want to make sure that you make investment climate very conducive. People are allowed to come in and invest and compete so that they can bring quality to the market. And those qualities can also be controlled in a way that they become cheaper. People can access it cheaper, affordable, marketing will be what the people will be able to enjoy from.
Okay, thank you very much. So I like the fact that you talked about monopolizing the market, where some certain individuals have control over, the market and some certain items. And also talking about decentralizing and ensuring that this thing goes around, people have access to come and invest and all of that. You actually took my next question. So people are poor. The country is rich. The country, African continent is resource rich, but of course, you see that we still have people that remains poor. So, but you've just addressed that, ensuring that it goes around. So we want to move to the next, and this we'll be looking at youth and the future. So what role do young Africans play in driving the egalitarian political and economic future that you are proposing?
Yes, I think, one, the future of Africa and the world lies in the youth, because they are our next generation, if you like. One, their mentality needs to change, because the average mentality of the African is that once you get into governance, or even you have an opportunity in the private sector, you have to exploit the other person so that you will become the hero. That hero mentality, we have to move it away. As much as everybody has to strive in order to become the best, become the zenith of whatever they're doing, but it shouldn't be at the expense of others. So, number one, they should know that public service is not for personal gain. It's not for you to enrich yourself, to engender what I call generational wealth that you didn't have. What you're supposed to get in 20, 30 years, you want to get it in 2 to 5 years at the expense of the masses. So you deprive them of opportunity. So the youth should be able to reorientate their minds to know that for Africa to forge ahead, so that we can have a level playing, we can have a secure environment, because poverty is insecurity. When you are the only one, or few of you are the ones that have a lot of money, you will find out that you're always barricading yourself in what I call dungeons. You're barricading yourself in cells. When you go to the West, you see that it's more industrial areas and schools, or so other areas that are in fences. But here, once somebody gets good money, he puts himself or herself in a fence, because he's afraid that the other people who do not have can get to him, armed robbers will come. You see that poverty is definitely a pointer to insecurity. And so we will have to deal with those kinds of things. People have to orientate their minds to see that I am in governance, I am in the public service to serve the people and the interests of the nation foremost. And then as the nation develops and grows, you are growing along. You will be able to have more salaries, more opportunities, allowances that you will actually enjoy in freedom of mind and conscience, because you're not depriving anybody. Instead of going to steal at an industrial scale and then just trying to amass wealth for yourself at the expense of others, you will find out that even when you are doing it, apart from your conscience, you are trying to overprotect yourself, because you know that you are guilty. And it is said that the guilty are afraid. So that's an area that we need to make sure we work at. Then also, Africa will need to pay our intellectuals, our skilled personnel. We need to build our skills. As we build our skills in diverse ways, we have to make sure we pay our people. People deserve good pay for good jobs. But I see that in Africa we exploit a lot. It is a patronage system. It's only those who are the top echelons of power, top echelons of the civil service, public service, they are the ones that gain maximally. $10,000, $15,000, some of them $40,000 that they get. But you find out that those are just like 2% of the population. But the rest of the other population are just working for them. Like the police on the street is corrupt. We know they are corrupt. But how can you be paying a police man that works from morning to, let's say, from 8 o'clock to 5 o'clock? He's on the street and you give him $200 per month. How is he going to feed? So he ends up exploiting the people on the road. He ends up exploiting the commuters on the road. He ends up exploiting mostly the drivers and the riders. That's what he does because he has to survive. We need to deal with those kinds of things, be able to bridge the salary gap. We'll be able to bridge that gap so that people that are working deserve good salaries. They deserve living wages so that it's not only their basic needs, they also need to be able to store. They need to save for their future, for their children's education and several other things that they will need to do, you know. So those are issues that we need to handle. Yeah.
Oh, all right. Thank you. I like the fact that you've been able to mention key areas that needs to be taken care of so that things can continue to work. But of course, yes, it's okay to have conversations like this. It's okay to bear our minds and to ensure that the decision makers get to receive this information and see how they can integrate them, especially when they're putting policies together. But I want to ask, with global power interest and internal challenges, I really want to ask you, how realistic is egalitarianism for Africa today? How realistic?
Well, I would say there is no system that you would say it is completely realistic because capitalism is not realistic. Capitalism is a monster of exploitation. So it's not realistic, but it's going on. So when we look at the fact that 20%, you know, of the world's population is the one controlling the economy of the world, whereby 80% of us are just working for them. When it comes to the pandemics, we work for them. When it comes to investment, we work for them. When it comes to other things, we work for them. Anytime there is an alternative system, they are inhibited and they want to work against it. So you find out that all of these systems are not realistic. Egalitarianism is a realistic system because that is what is normal. All of us are equal. If we say everyone is equal, that means that we are born equal. If we are born equal, then we should be given equal opportunities to express our talents, abilities, and whatever we're able to acquire in life and be able to receive the kind of dividends that we need according to our own inputs into society. And so I would say that African egalitarianism is realistic. We only need to see how we can channel it, work it out. For example, in Africa, we can have intra-African trade as another priority. There are the Dangotes. There are others who are highly skilled. They are in the West. There are others who are thinkers, like myself. And some are in the West, some are here in Africa. We need to be able to have a conference, not necessarily of, in person, but we can have virtual conferences. We can have discourses so that we can begin to channel these things together. We can intra-trade. When we trade within our borders, and we want to make sure that we remove a lot of the exploitations on our borders, okay, by paying those who are the borders, the immigration officers, the other officers that are working there, and that kind of a thing, so that the free trade system can really work. It will not be that they are exploiting those business people that are coming, that are just upcoming business people. Because when you fly, you see that it's easier for you. So it means that the current system is supporting what? The gap between the rich and the poor. So those who are poor and trying to come up, they are suppressed over and over again. But those who are higher there, they are given more opportunities and privileges and leverage. And so we should be able to see how we can harness our resources. Those conglomerates that are in Africa can come together and invest in the energy sector because it's a very important driver to economic and growth in any country. So they can come and work together in that. We can also partner with the West. We can partner with the East. We can partner with anybody as long as we are the ones who are driving the negotiations. We are the ones who are driving whatever concessions in the direction that it will maximally profit the country and the people, and not selling out our rights. For example, some years ago, I read, I think about 4 or 5 years ago, I read a research information about this coast, the Mano River coast, the Sierra Leone, Liberia, Ivory Coast, and Guinea. The amount of marine resources that are in our seas that are being siphoned on the high sea. Most of the transactions take place on the high sea. Those Korean boats and others come in, and it's on the high sea that they do these transactions, and the country does not benefit from that. They only render pittances to the country. For example, they go with 80 billion and they just leave you with 2 billion. And then give another maybe 1 billion to the rest of those who are the corrupt, hierarchy in the country. So the country is just being exploited by them. Whereas if we are taking charge of our seas, we are taking charge of our capacities that we have, the resources we have, whether it's marine resources, whether it's land resources, whether it's mineral resources, even the human resources that we have, we're able to develop it and bring them to the maximum so that we are able to take charge of our domain.
Okay.
That is going to help us to see how we can forge ahead.
All right.
The right direction.
Yes. So I like the fact that you talked about the internal trade, having African countries coming together, to do things within themselves. I want to ask about those governing bodies, those African governing bodies. How well would you say they are positioned to ensure that this is very effective? Are there policies that remains more like a barrier or challenge that you think they need to look into to ensure that Africa are working together and they ensure they do business within themselves rather than relying on the West?
Oh, yes. Like, for example, we have the Economic Community of West African States. Now we have the passports. I said, what is the difference? When we had the national passports, you come, it's the same thing. You come, you have to go 7 days, you have to go 30 days, you have to go 90 days. It's the same thing like before. So really, they just make principles, they go for charters, but it does not really translate at the grassroots level. Maybe it translates, up there, but it doesn't translate to diplomats. Those ones can enjoy those amenities and facilities and privileges. But once it comes to the grassroots, that's where the exploitation, that's where the abuse and all other things take place. And so we have to make sure that we handle those areas. The trade discussions that are going on, we should make sure that they implement them properly without disparity. They should implement them properly, because I travel by air, I travel by road, and I observe a lot of things. I feel for the business people. They're exploited. Even you who is not a business person, I have to stand because I'm an advocate. When I go there, they say you have to pay this money. I don't pay anything. In fact, when you ask me to pay, I get so furious in my heart that I cannot give you 1 cent. I can give you money because I know that you are underpaid. But when you ask me as if it is a legitimate thing, I call it, you want to legitimize illegitimacy. I will not subscribe to that. But you will see that the ordinary people now, the business people, they are exploited. And it's like they have nothing to do. They just have to succumb because they will waste their time. I would say, keep my baggage down. I can wait for another 1 day. But they don't want, because they are doing business. All of these barricades that they are setting and just going to have charters. The ECOWAS charter, they're having the AU. The AU is like a white elephant that does not even exist. ECOWAS is even better than that. They do a little bit better, especially when it comes to interventions and so forth. But AU is like just a charter box. They need to be able to revitalize and be able to recalibrate if they have to be taken seriously. Otherwise, they become redundant, and there may be alternatives that will actually replace them. So I think AU has to champion African egalitarianism, and Pan-Africanism, because that is why the Organization of African Unity, OAU, was actually established in Addis Ababa. That was the spirit behind it. But you will see that the Westerners never wanted that one because they killed all the champions, the Haile Selassie, the Kwame Nkrumah, the Patrice Lumumba. You know, you can name them on and on and on. They made sure they exterminated them, the Gaddafis, you know, the Thomas Sankaras, all the people. And even now, those ones who are there, like the Paul Kagames, the Ibrahim Traore, you know, the Mahama, those ones, they are considering them to be dictators. Anybody that comes to nationalize and wants their people and their country to move forward and see how their potentials can be maximized and they can benefit, they call them dictators. It is those ones who are puppets, those ones who support them, that they will always pamper because they know how much they're gaining. See how the French economy is going down. Just imagine that France was getting uranium from Niger Republic and building their nuclear plants and also powering their country, while Niger was one of the poorest countries, if not the poorest country in the world, and one of the darkest. Just imagine. What kind of cruelty is that? So we should be able to nationalize our investment, you know, capacity, industries, so that we can maximize the best, add value to whatever resources we have, add value to them. When we add value, we increase the skills of people, we also increase employment. So we do a lot of things. And when we do that, you will see that there will be so much resources. We will not need to depend on the West to go to IMF and with all their irrational conditionalities that they place on their loans, whatever they call them. You will see that we will be able to have enough and to spare. Look at Burkina Faso, for example. In these 3 years, they have shown that, look, there is money, there is wealth, there is potential. We just need to harness them, and then we can work with the West. We can work with the South. We can work with the East. We can work with anybody, India. We can work with Russia. We can work with China. Anybody that wants to work with us. Nobody should dictate to African leaders to say, no, don't work with these people. Don't work with these people. No. We should be able to choose those we work with depending on those that bring maximal benefit and profit to our countries and our people.
All right. I'm just going to ask you 2 more questions before we call it a day. But you know, what you just spoke about kind of raised a bit of concern, and I'd like you to speak to that. You spoke about Ibrahim Traore, you know, standing on his foot, and you also talked about Niger and the current challenge. I want to ask you, is this a thing of too much of authority? Is it a thing of or fear? You know, is it authority from this end, too much of power from this end, dominance from this end? I'm talking about the West now. And on this other end, is it a thing of fear? Why is it that some countries are still struggling, finding it difficult, you know, to take the bull by its hand and move on with their own country?
Yeah, that's very interesting. Actually, I'm a Democrat, so I don't really support military interventions, I would say, typically. But you know, there are certain interventions that are revolutionary and are necessary when democracy cannot work. Because democracy is not just changing government. Democracy is actually ruling for the best interest, because it's government of the people, by the people, for the people. That means democracy should work for the interests of the people and the nation. But when that is not happening, you will find out that sometimes there will be need for some interventions. As long as they're revolutionary, they are not just for power greed and to come also and amass wealth that you've seen others amass that you want to enter into. Now, what do you really think could happen? The West don't need to be afraid. They don't need to feel inhibited by what is happening. They only need to know that when they say sovereignty, it means that the country determines its own pathway.
political, economic, and other areas of, existence. So they can come alongside and partner with countries, with governments, in order to foster the development of those countries. But they shouldn't come dictating. For example, just imagine in Liberia that I live, Firestone, which is a very, very big American company, has been in this country for almost 100 years. They have not produced one rubber commodity. Even Firestone tires are produced elsewhere and brought back to Liberia and sold at astronomical cost. Whereas they could have been producing Firestone tires and other rubber materials right in Liberia, giving skills to young people in the country and establishing industries and expanding instead of just exploiting, taking the raw latex. It's just recently that a moratorium was placed on that, and an executive order said that that should not happen again. But you don't need to have an executive order for that. If you are actually coming with a good intention that you want to see these people develop and come up at par with you or compete with you, then you should be able to come in to see where their weaknesses are with honesty, sincerity, and build them up. But that is not the case. They are always coming in to exploit. That's the problem. So the West should not feel inhibited by countries like let's say the Sahel. They shouldn't feel. They shouldn't feel inhibited by South Africa or even Ghana or Rwanda. They should see how can we come and work as a parity as sovereign countries, not as big brothers, world powers, superpowers, who want to chart the globe the way they want, according as the political scientists would say, by their whims and their caprices. They should come in with an open heart to say, look, we should leave all this exploitation. You see that is why there is a growing quest now for reparation. This slavery and the colonialism, those 400 to 500 years of exploitation of Africans and dehumanization of Africans, that they need to do reparation. Not only apologies, but they should actually give tangible reparations that are negotiated, not them saying we were going to do this for you. No, they are supposed to come up with the government that is in power and be able to negotiate those things. Why is it that there is a growing quest for that? It's because people are waking up to the fact that we have been dehumanized and exploited for far too long. So they should come up now with a clear mind to say we are not coming in so that we can profit too maximally from you. We are coming in as partners so we can help you also develop. Even some of the brain drain that we're experiencing. See the Mediterranean graveyard, I call it. It's a graveyard for Africans and Asians that are not making it in their countries. They are running out to go to the West and dying in their thousands in the Mediterranean because they are not conducive economic atmosphere in their countries. There are some people who are disciplined who wouldn't do that work. But some people have tried and tried, they've labored and labored, but there is no way. So they have to find, sociologically, everybody moves towards where there are opportunities and better conditions for life. So that one, it is not a bad thing for people to move towards what is good, sociologically. So I would feel the West, they do not need to be afraid of Africa, but they should come now as equal brothers negotiating for the betterment of each country, if you like.
Okay. So as we wrap up, I want you to tell us something very unique about your book, maybe an aspect that you want to give us a take-home from your book. That's one. And secondly, the way forward. I want to ask that what practical steps should African leaders and citizens begin to, take now to move towards egalitarian governance? What steps should be taken? And something you take away from your book. Let's do that quickly as we wrap up.
Yeah. Well, what I would like to say first on my book is that in my book, which I will have to send maybe to you later on, I have proposed a lot of things. One is that we should have an adaptable and adaptive democracy, not Western democracy. Western democracy has not helped Africa. So we need to be able to chart our own democracy. For example, maybe even the term limits. I mean, except it is maybe an old government. But 5 years, when you take power, the first 1-2 years, you are only trying to familiarize yourself with power, governance, and solidify. That means if it's 5 years, you only have 3 years. What can you really do? So that time limit for Africa may need to be extended, for example. And then the amount of political parties, they need to be scrutinized, because some parties are just coming up to see where they can come and negotiate for power and this, that, and cry aloud like here, so that they can have opportunity in governance. So we need to be able to streamline those things. Because I want you to know that before slavery, Africa had a good governance system. In fact, we ran Africa as empires. It was not just like countries like that. Vast empires. The Mali Empire, the Songa Empire, all those empires were there, and they were running. But it was only based on what? Patronage mentality and system of governance. We have to begin to look at that and do introspection and say, this is where we went wrong. Our mentality of saying it is those who are at the high echelons of power that everybody downward should be able to work for. So they are the ones that maximize. They get $15,000, and then the ordinary man gets $200, and they expect him to go to work every day and come back, and then he should remain disciplined, while the other man is cruising life and doing almost virtually nothing for the country. He's not even, those who are lawmakers, they are not making any laws that are impacting the society so much. They are just cruising life. Those things need to end. When people are in governance, when they are in the civil service, they should know that they are there to serve the people. They say civil servants, but most of them are civil bosses. They are not servants. They are just serving themselves, enriching themselves. That ideology should change. That mentality should change. It's high time now that we build a society that will impact our children. Are we going to continue in this kind of trend forever? No. We have to change. Therefore, in my book, I propose a lot of things. Maybe we'll really find time that I will send my book to you, and then we can discuss certain important areas that I bring. For example, even the issue of Western democracy, there is strong check and balance in recall and vote of no confidence. That one is less emphasized. When a government comes to power, you hardly see any recall of any parliamentarian or legislator, even if it does minimally or abysmally, even if it does not perform for the people. In fact, our legislators almost never go home again to go and tell the people about laws or negotiate with them or talk to them about whatever their interests are. They only go back 2-3 years to election. So all of those things should change so that people know that we are coming to serve. We are not coming to exploit the people. We are not coming for our own interest, but the interest of the people. That's one area. Then corruption is a Herculean monster that has to be handled as such. It is not something you can just go and begin to say, oh, it's another case. There should be a robust mechanism, intelligence, information that will bring out the evidence quickly, so that in the space of 1 to 3 months at most, every corruption case has been exposed, has been prosecuted, and then people go behind bars. They pay for what they have caused the country to go into, because corruption is a cold war that is killing Africa. Remember that countries like Singapore were corrupt, but they decided that no, we can't continue in this path. Otherwise, we are just going to be isolated, or we're going to be just serving other people. And they made an informed decision to depart from that kind of path. It has to be intentional. It has to be intentional.
So there should be a fast-track court, exclusive fast-track court, to fight against corruption. That's, yes.
Okay, so thank you so much. We don't have so much time. I think at this point we need to call it a day. I want to say thank you to you, Bishop Dr. Abraham Williams, for your time and insight on the topic egalitarian driving Africa's political and economic future. And hopefully we would have to invite you again and again in no distance time. I hope you make yourself available for us again.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very much elated to have been here on this other side in the discussion.
And of course, I'll be expecting to have a copy of your book.
Oh yes, I will do that, and I'll be expecting for you to send this interview to me too.
I will do that. Thank you so much, and have a great day. All right.
Okay, thank you.
So egalitarianism challenges Africa to rethink power, democracy, and development beyond inherited systems. Whether idealistic or achievable, the conversation raises a critical question for our time. Can equality truly drive Africa's political and economic future? That's food for thought. And that is where we'll call it a day here on Across Borders. Until next time, don't forget to follow us by our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV and subscribe to our YouTube channels for instant updates. On behalf of the Across Borders team, we want to say thank you for watching. And once again, my name is Grace Komalafe. Until next time I see you again, do have a great day.
Slavery is often imagined as cruelty from a distance, a relic of the past. Rusty chains, dark ships, forgotten plantations, history books closed and sealed. But modern slavery rarely looks like history remembers it. Today, it hides in places one could hardly imagine, with millions suffering in silence, freedom stripped without the world noticing. The International Day for the Abolition of Slavery confronts this uncomfortable truth. Slavery did not end, it evolved. And until every individual is free to live, work, and dream without coercion, the work of humanity remains unfinished. According to the International Labour Organization, an estimated 50 million people live in conditions of modern slavery globally. This includes forced labor, sexual exploitation, debt bondage, child labor, and forced marriage. Sub-Saharan Africa alone accounts for over 9 million people trapped in forced labor, while Asia and the Pacific remain the regions with the largest numbers. In Nigeria, recent reports indicate that hundreds of thousands of children and adults are exploited in domestic work, informal factories, mining, and street begging. Modern slavery is often hidden in plain sight. Factories producing goods for global markets, construction sites, fishing industries with trafficking networks, and even domestic households can mask abuse. Victims are frequently migrants, women, and children, coerced through deception, debts, or threats, with little legal protection or recourse. Governments, international organizations, and civil society have responded with laws, frameworks, and campaigns. The International Labour Organization, Forced Labour Protocol, the UN Parliament Protocol, and the national anti-trafficking legislation aimed to criminalize exploitation, protect victims, and punish offenders. In Nigeria, the Trafficking in Persons Enforcement and Administration Act establishes mechanisms for prevention, rescue, rehabilitation, and prosecution. Yet, enforcement remains uneven. Challenges include corruption, weak law enforcement, lack of awareness, and socio-economic vulnerability. Many victims are reluctant to come forward, fearing the reprisal or deportation. Supply chains continue to hide exploitative practices, and modern slavery often intersects with organized crime and human trafficking networks. Stakeholders are rising to meet these challenges. NGOs, advocacy groups, labor unions, faith-based organizations, and international agencies collaborate to provide shelters, education, vocational training, and legal assistance. Tech innovation is increasingly used for monitoring supply chains, identifying trafficking hotspots, and providing real-time reporting mechanisms. Experts warn that without urgent action, global numbers may rise due to population growth, migration pressures, conflicts, and economic inequality. Conversely, effective interventions combining policy enforcement, education, and empowerment can dismantle exploitative systems and restore freedom to millions. There is also opportunity in ethical supply chain certification, community-based prevention programs, and cross-border law enforcement cooperation, which not only rescue victims but prevent exploitation at the source. The International Day for the Abolition of Slavery is more than a date on the calendar. It is a call to conscience, to action, and to justice. It reminds the world that freedom is not optional, that dignity is universal, and that the fight against modern slavery remains. Ending slavery today requires vigilance, accountability, and a commitment to seeing the unseen. Nkechi Alice, SOUQ News TV.
The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city. It is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun near Ile-Ife revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakon and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Laoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shape the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from Rivers State, from Opobo in Rivers State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married. And I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pick, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all. I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for rich. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we're hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept my resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the number encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gift. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placement, napkins with fabrics like ashok and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employ one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year, so that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, would do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could say that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close it. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines, I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just say, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for people who really know what to do. And what of my goals? So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that one. when you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women. Some leave. Some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can. Financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him. But let him not feel that the world has come to an end. A man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy. It makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest, and the chest will be expanding, and they won't sleep well, and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes, and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately, or because I will tell you the truth, no matter whose house is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes, Yes, I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. Okay.
and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News TV. I'm Wayne Priye-Krumale. Now let's begin. President Bola Tinubu has unveiled a national security and economic framework aimed at transforming Nigeria's marine and aquatic resources into engines of wealth creation. The blueprint, presented through Vice President Kashim Shettima, directs ministries and agencies to begin implementing recommendations from the NIPSS Blue Economy Report. The president described the sector as a strategic path for revenue diversification and sustainable national growth. He highlighted major opportunities in aquaculture expansion, port modernization, coastal tourism, and renewable ocean energy as priority. Pillars from the administration, Tinubu said that the Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy will strengthen port systems, improve maritime security, and boost private investment. However, he warned that illegal fishing, oil theft, and smuggling continue to threaten revenue and investor confidence despite a progress under the Deep Blue project. The president assigned the NIPSS a broader mandate to conduct a nationwide security diagnostic to help overhaul the country's security architecture. The Institute's reports identified governance gaps and weak coordination, but outlined clear opportunities in fisheries and expanded marine revenues. Now, the Federal Executive Council has approved 53 billion naira for the purchase of 200 electric buses to boost Nigeria's green mobility plans. The decision, announced after a meeting chaired by President Bola Tinubu, also included approvals for key industrial policies and infrastructure upgrades. The Minister of State for Industry, John Eno, said the move strengthens Nigeria's automotive transition drive. Council also endorsed the Nigerian Industrial Policy 2025 to guide manufacturing and attract global development partners. It approved construction of internal roads for the Lekki Medical Tourism Park and confirmed Lagos as a host of the next Intra-African Trade Fair. And noted that the new policy positions Nigeria as an industrial hub in the African Continental Free Trade Area. Now, Kogi State has launched the Ajaokuta Economic City, a new free trade zone expected to attract $500 million yearly and create 50,000 jobs. Governor Ahmed Ododo said the project marks a new phase of industrial growth and praised President Bola Tinubu for swift approval. He assured investors of strong security and skilled manpower support from state institutions. The Chief Economic Advisor Aliyu Salami said the 4,000-hectare site comes with power infrastructure, rail lines, inland waterways, and multimodal transport links. He confirmed that the groundwork for the first phase is complete and fully backed by presidential approval. Chinese and Turkish partners pledged investments in manufacturing, logistics, oil and gas, and technology transfer. Technical advisor Dr. Sani Azomata outlined incentives including tax exemptions, capital repatriations, and sector-specific investment windows. He projected that the zone will generate the targeted FDI and support thousands of direct and indirect jobs. Stakeholders from the NIPC, NEPZA, and the Central Bank of Nigeria endorsed the project, which culminated in the signing of its administrative framework. Now, the Indian rupee fell to a new record low, reaching 90,486 per United States dollar earlier today. The decline was driven by capital outflows from the country's stocks and bonds, delays in finalizing a tariff reduction deal with the United States also intensified pressure on the currency. Asia's worst performing currency in 2025, the rupee has lost over 5% this year. The slide raises concern about rising inflation in India, particularly due to its heavy reliance on fuel imports. Investors remain cautious amid ongoing trade uncertainties with key partners. Economic analysts warn that the continued depreciation may affect import costs and domestic prices. The Reserve Bank of India could face pressure to intervene if outflows persist, and market participants are closely watching government negotiations with the U.S. for potential policy impact. Now, the Swiss National Bank has kept its benchmark interest rate at 0, citing a weakened inflation outlook that doesn't yet justify a move back to negative rates. The decision marks the second consecutive quarter of no change. All 23 economists surveyed had projected the hold. Market expectations aligned with the bank's stance, with traders pricing in only a slim possibility of a rate cut. Policy makers signaled caution as inflation pressures continued easing across the economy. The bank emphasized maintaining stability while monitoring global monetary shifts. The latest decision reinforces Switzerland's gradual approach to policy adjustment after exiting negative rates. Officials also suggested that a further move will deepen on economic data and inflation dynamics. Investors now focus on upcoming projections for clearer direction on investment and future policy. Now, many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Priye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
The core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
This hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. That they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other developmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatment for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy and their management and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore ideas and solutions shaping the future of our continent. For decades, the path to prosperity was clear. Go to the university, get a degree. But what if the engine of Africa's future isn't just in lecture halls, but in workshops, tech labs, and on the farm? Today, we are asking a vital question. Are we equipping our youth with the right skills for the future, or are we still building an education system for a world?
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts. Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa, the show where we explore ideas and solutions shaping the future of our continent. For decades, the path to prosperity was clear. Go to the university, get a degree. But what if the engine of Africa's future isn't just in lecture halls, but in workshops, tech labs, and on the farm? Today, we are asking a vital question. Are we equipping our youth with the right skills for the future, or are we still building an education system for a world that no longer exists? I am Olumide Shokoya, welcoming you to Just Africa, from the studios in Lagos. Of course, I'm not the only one doing it. Today, I have my co-anchor, Omevi Idolo. So glad to have you on Just Africa.
Yeah, good afternoon, Lumide. Good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, and Africa, and to you, whatever the time is, from wherever you're watching from. And welcome to the show. I am Omevi Idolo. You asked a very vital question now.
Yes.
Are we really preparing our youth for the future? It's a big question. Because we had a guest sometime last week, and the guest said something that these days we have to look beyond certificates. We have to look beyond degrees. We have to look beyond that, because what is on ground right now, it's no longer certificate. Anybody can go anywhere and buy a paper and call it a certificate. Just print on it, and that's it. But right now, looking at the way the world is going now, looking at Africa as it is now, we really have to go back to the workshop. We have to go back to the farm. We have to go back to the tech labs. We have to go back to anywhere we know we can get to if we really want to achieve what we want to achieve based on this conversation we're going to have. I know you've not dropped the conversation, that's why I'm not going ahead.
It's quite funny. When we were growing up, you must either be a doctor, a lawyer, an architect,
an engineer,
an accountant, a banker. That was it.
That's it.
No any other thing. So I remember when I was in secondary school, I think I flunked one of my exams, and my father threatened to take me to one of the mechanic close by, and that put some fear into me. Because I saw it as something dreaded, like a mechanic. I also remember when I used to draw and everything, and I was told that you see all those people painting outside. It's because they don't have a degree. That's why they're there. But then again, I now met another artist, a very well-renowned artist, and what he painted, what I saw, really inspired me. I also remember when I was in university, I was a fashion designer, whereby I sold clothes, I designed and sold clothes, and I was making money for myself. I was making a whole lot of money for myself. In fact, I won the award for the Entrepreneur of the Year back in school. So,
did you make this? Did you make what you were?
No. I stopped.
I think we need to take Olumide back to the...
Immediately I left school, I just wanted to make money, so I just wanted to get a job and everything and all that. And even in this media world, I remember it was not even what I read. It wasn't because I read mass communication, I got a job in a media house. It was the skills. I was good in production, editing. And that was the only reason why they hired me in my first place of work. The man said there was no space. So when he heard I could edit, he said, okay, we need that skill. We are short of that. They hired. So that was how I was able to work my way up. So the question now is, now coming back to 2025 or the present day, most parents now tell their children, learn one skill. Not because they see it as something important, but because of lack of employment. So that immediately he or she finishes school and cannot gain employment, he can make something for themselves.
And I think that's where we got it wrong.
That's where we got it
wrong. We cannot put vocational education or skill acquisition as plan B.
Plan B.
It has to be plan A. And until we get it right at that point, we will continue to get it wrong. Because we are making it a plan B, just as you said, the parents said, go and learn something, we don't know what the future holds. It now makes the children to be more reluctant in learning these skills. But if it is your plan A, you know that this thing I'm doing, it's what I want to make life with, is where I want to earn a living from. You will put all your might, and everything that requires you to excel with that skill, you will put it into it and you will become an expert in it. But here we are, turning it to plan B, just as you said, and there are still many children out there, many young people out there who still feel that the painter out there is painting because... I heard a story where a father was disciplining their child and said, if you don't sit up, you will end up being like is it the cleaner or something like that. So that is how far we have underrated skills acquisition in Africa generally. I feel that there is more that we can do. than just saying, I want to go and learn carpentry. What do you want to do with it? Yesterday, I was speaking with it. You know, SS1 these days, before, I don't, in our days, you have to do all the subjects in SS1. That was what I did. Before, when you get to SS2, you now choose whether you want to be in the sciences, in the arts, or in the commercial. But these days, it's no longer like that. So the moment you finish from your junior secondary, the moment you are getting to SS1, you are choosing the department where you are. So this young girl was moving to the art. And she said something, and she said, I am not doing visual art, I'm not doing tie and dye, I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that, but I'm doing digital something, something, which has to do with computer. And I said, why are you not doing tie and dye? She said, what do I need it for? And I said, that is even what you need the most. So, but both teachers and parents don't really make these children to see the importance of skills. So we just feel, like you said, certificate, become a lawyer, become a nurse. That's where we are.
Yes, it's quite interesting how, you know, things have gotten to this level. But we have a special guest that we will be bringing inside the studio when we go on a short break. But, you know, before we go on a break, let me intimate you to what we have in store for you. Now, you see, when we talk about vocational training, we talk about vocational education. Vocational education in many parts of Africa is often perceived as the last resort, burdened by lack of funding, outdated curricula, and a disconnect from the real needs of modern job market. Now, this has created skills gaps. Businesses struggle to find employees with practical, job-ready abilities, while a large youth population remains unemployed or underemployed. Now, despite having formal qualifications. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we have a special guest. We will unpack this whole vocational education and see the benefits for Africa. We'll be right back. It's Just Africa. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. Today's topic is Skills for Growth, rethinking vocational education for Africa's future. Joining us to unpack this robust topic is Ovie Benitier. He is an architect and water solution expert. So glad to have you this afternoon on Just Africa. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's start. Let's dive straight into it. There's this perception that's always lingered that vocational education is a last resort. Most times for those who cannot get into the university or people who they feel their brain is not too sharp, you know, to be educated. How do we even begin to dismantle this long-held stigma?
How truly tragic that the most fundamental requirement for the growth of any society is passed on to the dregs of society, what we consider the dregs of society. The engine room of every economy is vocation. Vocation. Now, this goes back to the beginning of times, right? Now, God called Moses and told him to build a tabernacle. And he said, I have put my spirit on Bezalel, who has skills to build the tabernacle. Now, let me tell you what vocational skills are about. Vocational skills are about standardization. Standardization. Every work that needs to be done needs its standards clearly defined. Simple standard. What's the height of the door? It's standard everywhere in the world. 7 feet. Now, I went to school in feet. Probably you didn't. 2.1 meters, anywhere. Now, that standard is what vocation is about. So, it cannot be farmed out to people who are considered unintelligent. No, you just have a disintegrating society. Vocation is the bedrock of any society. Without vocation, and vocation can't be taught. Vocations are learned. Vocations are imparted. Now, God recognized Bezalel as a master craftsman. And then he said, I have also equipped ABC who will do and teach others. Because one craftsman dies and we're back to square one. So those trades must be passed on to the next generation. And that's what vocational training is about. Vocational training is not a classroom thing. No, it's not. No, but you see, vocation requires an active involvement of the mind. The vocational worker is a critical thinker. Is a critical thinker. And that thinking is honed by training.
So before we go into the business part, how would you compare the perception back in the 80s, 90s, and now? I mean, earlier on I said that now parents tell their children that learn a particular vocational skills, not because they are going to use it, but just in case you do not get employed. After university, you have something you can fall back on. What's the perception like today?
So no, the perception has not been different over time, okay? You either went to formal school or you went to apprentice, right? We had vocational schools, but slowly, with the growing perception that education in a formal setting was the way to go, there's an organization called City and Guilds.
Yes.
City and Guilds is a British vocational, skills. They train and certify, right? Our government in Nigeria told City and Guilds to leave, that our people will go to university. We don't need them here. So government said vocational education should end. Everybody should go to university. And that has contributed in no small terms to the perception of everybody that if you can't go to university, go and acquire a skill. And who are you acquiring the skill from? You're acquiring it from somebody who was also an apprentice. No standards, no formalization of any kind. So you do in Southeast, it is called one boy. You go and serve somebody. In the Southwest, you go and submit yourself to a master who will grant you freedom.
Yes, freedom.
And all that. But what level of know-how does the master have that is passing on to, and you know how our perceptions are. If I teach him everything I know, he will take my customers. So there's a holdback of knowledge. Now, the first set of those practitioners were people who learned from the master craftsmen that helped to build things in Nigeria. If you go to Cathedral Church of Nigeria, just down the road here,
yes,
there isn't an error. The walls are straight. In the age when there weren't, equipment, men built things without errors because there were standards. Now, slowly, those people who build those things and work with our forebears passed on skills without holding back anything. But our forebears, by tradition, now desire to hold back certain things, and the knowledge level of each trainee, apprentice, continue to decline because informations were held back by their masters. And then when you have a lot of apprentices with you, you give them different assignments without focusing on the fact that these people are here to acquire the ability to your level. And then you should encourage them to go beyond your level. But no. So the question I ask when people ask me this question is, if your son were to tell you that, I don't want to go to university, I want to be a plumber, what would be your reaction? Now, the general reaction is, God forbid, right? But tell you what, I graduated architecture school in 1987 at 26. 2006, when I was 46, I trained as a plumber.
As a plumber?
Yes, I left Diamond Bank where I was working to train as a plumber. Today I'm a plumber.
How lucrative is this?
No. So you see, so the first conversation always goes to money.
Exactly.
Right? Look, no nation develops when its primary focus is money. The primary focus is about solving problems. I've been doing this now, 2006, 19 years, right? Now, everything is organic. So it starts small and then grows. As you practice, you become more proficient, and then you are able to get better paying opportunities. And then, yes, I've sent my children through school through plumbing.
Okay, sir. I love the fact that you talked about education, going to the university. But I also feel that is why we have the Polytechnic, actually. The Polytechnic are more into practical, into skills, than the university where you go and acquire a degree. Would you also say that the Polytechnic are not doing enough in transferring knowledge to their students?
They're not doing, for want of, not wanting to sound, condescending, nothing. Frankly, because I've had to interact with lecturers in different polytechnics. Look, vocations are not taught in classrooms, right? So it is people who do that can train the next generation. Practitioners, right? Now, outside our climb, vocational trainings are done not in formal settings as we want it to be, right? So you do theory, you do practicals. You do theory. Now, what's the end game of vocation? It's work. So how long should somebody be learning a vocation? Because you talk about polytechnic. So a polytechnic, a course in polytechnic is how many years? 2 years.
2 years.
Why would I spend 2 years of my life because I want to learn a vocation to? No, OND is 2 years. So why would I? See, you have to understand that the focus of vocation is getting people to start working. If he's spending 2 years in acquiring a skill, what skill do you use 2 years to acquire? What skill? None. Right? So, vocational skills, the theoretical aspect, the standard, and all that in vocations can be done in 2 weeks.
Okay. 2 weeks?
Wow.
Yes. And then, the next 3, 4, 6 months, depend on the proficiency of the person, he's on the field honing the things he has heard, in class, honing those skills, and then, now, what must be ingrained in you in training? 1, ethics. Ethics. Time. Time is life. 8 a.m. is 8 a.m. Here we say, I'm coming in the morning. What does morning mean? Nothing. Nothing. Between 6 a.m. and 12 noon is morning. I'm coming at 8 a.m. you gave me time. I got here 30 minutes before, right? Now, ethics, what is worth doing at all is worth doing well, right? Now, once you have the mindset of let me quickly do it, you will not do a good job, right? Because you are going to have to cut corners. And examples are too many of jobs not done well because they were done in a hurry, right? Now, if you cast concrete, for instance, you shouldn't trouble it for 21 days.
21 days.
21 days. Now, you start setting block on top of it after the day after you cast it. You see, these are things we think that following due process is time wasting. No, the cost of not following due process is far worse than following due process. So, vocational training in your mind, not my mind, in your mind is that it is for those who are not intelligent. But imagine for a second, right, that the person who put your television together did not go to university. It's a trade that he learned. The person who put your iPad together did not go to university. He acquired that vocation, right? So, those who do the work are thinking people, because he meets a problem on the road. Writing theory is easy, right? Now, putting it into practice is now the challenge. And that's what vocational training is about.
So where did the disconnect come from?
Yes. The disconnect came from status symbol, right?
Okay.
Status symbol.
Okay.
Let me use my dad as an example, right? My dad's parents were itinerant. His father was an itinerant fisherman, fished different rivers. So they weren't staying in one place in particular. But my dad showed, academic, ability. So they were living in Lagos, and then they started school in Lagos, then they packed and went to Warri. And then after spending about 3-4 months, they were now planning to leave Warri. So the mom said, look, this movement is going to disrupt this boy's education. How do we keep him here so that he can? So they spoke to one of her relations, and the man said, I'm sorry, my compound is full with people already. I can't accommodate any other person. Now, my dad was standing by the window and hearing. So in the morning around 4 a.m., he woke up, swept the entire compound clean. When everybody woke up in the morning, he said, did witch come here? That's what we say here. I said, no, I swept the whole place. What? You did all this? And that opened the door for him to stay, because he had shown, a desire to be a solution provider. That's who vocational people are. And he was among the first set of people that went to UI when UI was opened in 1948. What if he just went to one corner and said, okay, so we'll go to tomorrow again? He didn't take the initiative, right? So people who do vocation are people who take initiative. They run into a problem. I'm a plumber, for instance, right? So all my plans, all the instructions I get about running the pipe can go completely off book when I run into a pillar. So I now need to think of how to walk around the pillar. That's what vocations, that's what a vocation is. So we must understand that the engine room, this building, was built by artisans. It wasn't built by an architect. It wasn't built by an engineer. It wasn't built by any of those people, right? So in building this building, there were 5 architects. There were 20 engineers. There were 3,000 artisans. So who has the greater impact? Who has the greater impact? The artisan, right? Now, if you want to offload people because budget is low, who do you offload first? The unskilled worker, whose value is down there. Then you look at the skilled workers, and then you now come to ethics. Who comes on time? Who this? And then those are filters. Now, these are the things that we must recognize, right? You must understand that the vulcanizer is a vocation, right? Now, if you take your car to a vulcanizer and you tell him, inflate it, he will inflate to 50. That's dangerous. But he doesn't know better because he hasn't gone through a training.
Okay.
I told one, put it on 33. He said, what is that? I only know 30 and 40. Do you understand? So this is what vocational training is about.
All right, thank you, Mr. Obi. But right now, in our secondary schools, the new curriculum is also bringing in vocational studies. Now, vocational studies right now, I don't want to focus on plumbing and the rest. We'll be doing agricultural science. We'll be doing home economics. We'll be doing metal work, woodwork.
Intro-tech. The whole thing.
All the time.
Yes.
But you will also agree with me that some of the students have never been to the farm. And there is still food security, insecurity in the country. Now, bring it into school because we want the children to start learning early. Are we bringing in another theoretical work, vocational studies now, back to the classroom? Or we just want to create something else? Is this something that children can really learn from? Or is it just another paperwork?
Okay, so the critical question is who will do the training? Okay. It's a fantastic thought to put it, in secondary school. In fact, I did a 3-week camp in Kuje in August, right? For secondary GS1 to SS3 students, just introducing them to vocational, education and all that stuff. They were excited, but the point is, who is going to do the training? What is the curriculum? Is there a curriculum for each trade? Have trades been identified? Have industries been identified that these vocations are going to feed? Do you understand what I'm saying? Because you can't train me to be a car AC technician, and then I sit down at home waiting for people to bring their cars for me to fix. No, it's not. Vocational education is not about solving the unemployment problem. Okay? No, it isn't. It is about having a workforce that builds that industries are waiting for, right? Okay, so we have farms, and we're still at hoe and cutlass level. When there are tractors, now state governments buy tractors. Those tractors work 6 months, then they start developing problems. Who is going to fix them? Now that's where vocational education comes in. You are training an army of mechanics who will be available to fix any machine that goes wrong. Okay, so the machines harvest the food and they go into a processing plant. The processing plant is an automation. It's machines, it's not hands, right? It's machines. So when those machines develop problems, who is going to fix them? Vocational education. So it is not about solving the unemployment problem. I learn whatever trade it is that I learn. Where am I going to use it? So critical question, who are the trainers, right? Has a program been put in place to raise an army of trainers that you are sending to the schools? Now, vocational education is theory, practical, right? Now, when you do your theory, where are you going to do your practical? Where? Because, see, and there are vocational schools built by state governments, federal government, scattered across the country. They're completely not in use.
True.
Empty. Where I did the camp in August, the facility there has 72-bed hostel. And it's been there for over 12 years, never been used one day. So who will train the people, right? Which industries are the people being trained going to receive them? These are the critical questions. What is the curriculum? How long? I do training. I train plumbers. I train electricians. I train tilers. You know, I have developed curricula for each of these trades. The curriculum is a 10-day program. And people are wondering, 10 days? Yes, because it's not rocket science. I'm not writing a paper and all that. What qualification do I need to learn any trade? Just know how to read and write. Why must you know how to read and write? So that you can go online, you can buy books, and get yourself current with current trends. So you move away from old trends to new trends. So who is doing the training? After being trained, who is waiting to receive them? Is there a curriculum for these things? Now, if the answer to these three things is not clearly defined, so I think you can answer your question yourself.
Thank you very much. Quite a powerful thought you made there. Now, you said which industry is going to receive them. We have started a policy in Nigeria, Buy Nigeria First. What potential opportunity do you see here for people with skills, artisans, if we're going to encourage buy in Nigeria, locally made goods and products?
You must move away from the word artisan, because it has become a derogatory word, right? So the artisan doesn't value himself. So he doesn't think that whether he does good or bad work, that it matters, right? So, and it's not, it's a human thing. It's not localized to Nigeria. Now, if you want to do tiling, for instance, in Nigeria, you're unlikely to employ a Nigerian tiler. You're more likely to employ a tiler from Cotonou.
Why is this so?
Because they've been trained. They've gone through formal training. We have not gone through formal training. We apprentice under whoever, and then we carry our own toolbox. We have become masters of ourselves. Why? Because in his head, there are standards. In mixing the cement, there are standards. In spreading the cement, there are standards. All of these things have one end goal, a good job. A good job. So, the potential in Nigeria is immeasurable. Nigeria is such a rich country, blessed in every ramification. Natural resources. And the biggest natural resource you have is you and I. Yeah, human resource. We have the numbers, right? Yes. So if we are able to set up in the, okay, let's take road building, for instance. Do you know why road constructions take as long as they take? There are no workers. There are people, but there are no workers. So they move workers from a road project in Lagos to Uyo. They work in Uyo for some time. They move them to Jalingo. Then 3 months later, they come back to Lagos. It's not because of money only. There's a scarcity of trained workmen that you give instructions to who will work to standards. So you refer to polytechnics. Polytechnics don't produce artisans. They don't produce vocational, workers. They produce people who have oversight over the workmen. So their role is supervisory. So this is how it works in everything, right? You have the person who designs it. Somebody designed your suit, for instance, right?
Yes.
And then put it on paper, and then somebody will cut the cloth.
The cloth, yes.
Right?
Yes.
And then somebody will sew it. Right? The person who designed it can't be everywhere to be sure that it is being done well. So he employs supervisors.
Yes.
That's the point. So you have the architect, right?
Yes.
And then, or the designer. Then you have the next level supervisor, and then you have the person doing the work. Right? Now, this person at the top doesn't know what the person who is doing the work is. He doesn't have an understanding of what he's supposed to do and how he's supposed to do it. There's trouble already. Then the supervisor that is paying money to oversee this man also has his knowledge of what this man should do. He can't tell the man, stop, what you are doing is wrong. See, that's where we are today. And the needs are just too many. My phone. There are phone repairers.
Yes.
I give my phone to a repairer because the screen, it fell down, the screen cracked. Change the screen. He changes it, it no longer rings. Right? What does it tell me? I'm sorry, sir. Right? Then he tries to fix that. He fixes it, and then
no problem.
I can't hear anything any longer when somebody is talking to me, except I put it on speakerphone.
Speaker, yes.
Why do we have that? It's because he didn't go through a formal training, which is why government saying, let's do vocational education is fantastic. It's brilliant. I agree. But you must lay the foundation. If the foundation is not strong, what will happen to the building?
To collapse.
To collapse.
Thank you very much. You are really shaking tables. We will go more on this, but let's quickly go on a short break. And when we come back, we'll continue. It's Just Africa. Stay tuned. Welcome back to Just Africa. We're talking vocational education, and we have a special guest here, Ovie Benite. Now, you mentioned something, all your thoughts, you've been mentioning one thing, standard, which brings me to this particular question. I heard, maybe you can hear me clarify this, that there's a particular skill most of these, okay, you said I should not call them artisans, skilled workers. There's a particular skill they learn in undercutting, or how will I put it? Yeah, undercutting some of the things they buy. So when you call in a plumber or a carpenter to do a bed for you, and you negotiate the price, I heard there's a particular skill. There's a way they will inflate it to always favor them. But at the end of the day, even after you negotiate, the work is still substandard. Why is this so?
Okay, so nobody inflates anything, okay? I need you to understand that if you go to the market and you say that a nail is 5 naira, now, you need to understand that you have to pay him for going to buy the nail on your behalf. Now, so you say, no, the nail is 5 naira. Why are you charging me 6 naira?
Yeah.
So you say, no, I'm not paying 6 naira, I'm paying 5 naira. Now, you're not paying him for the work he does only. What does he spend to do your work primarily? Time.
Yes. Okay.
Time. Now, time is his only resource. Time is every human being's only resource. Now, that resource is enhanced by the value you have acquired as a worker. SOUQ News has employed you.
Yes.
What you give to SOUQ News, SOUQ TV, is your time. Now, the reason you earn more than somebody else here is your considered value on top of your time, right? So, what people need to understand is when an artisan is going to the market on your behalf, he's spending his time. You have to pay him for his time. You have to pay him for the knowledge of knowing the right thing to buy. Now, if I, for instance, if you are unwilling to pay me a markup on the items I'm going to buy on your behalf, go to the market yourself and buy them. Bring them, I will use them to do your work. This is where the notion of inflation of prices comes from. No, why? The market is there. You can easily cross-check, the price of these things, right? But you have to, that whole day or 2 days he spends on your behalf in buying those things, who is going to pay him for it? Who is going to pay him for it? Because he still has responsibilities that he needs to meet. He needs to earn. So if you are unwilling to pay him, he will say, okay, go buy them. I will take my time and go and earn money to meet my needs. But if you are willing to pay me, yes, that's income. So I go on your behalf. So there's no, everybody is interested in profit.
Yes.
Right? So this is not about profit yet. This is about paying for, is providing you with a service, which is hardly recognized in Nigeria. So artisans have been devalued in the eyes of everybody. So he must go home with money. So he comes to you and he negotiates for a job of 750,000. And you say, look, somebody else has agreed for 50,000. No, it's just that I like you. Now, when he bills you 750,000, his money from that 750,000 was saved 200,000, right? Now, when you insist on 550,000, he's going to say, well, okay, now, this. Okay, we'll go see what we'll go do. He will take the 550,000. His 200,000 take home is untouched. Completely untouched, right? So he goes to the market. He's now looking for any material that can fit into the 550. Remember, nobody is supervising him. Nobody is checking what he's bringing. Nobody is checking whether it's the right quality, because when you were negotiating, you weren't negotiating based on quality. You were just negotiating based on money. Money is nothing. Figures lie. Figures don't tell the truth. The quality of the material tells the difference. You go and buy a fabric in the market. In the market, there's a fabric of 25,000 per yard. 150,000 per yard is there in the market. 2,500 per yard is in the market. So you say, no, you must use the one of 150,000 to sew for something that you paid me 25,000 for. How is that workable? It's not workable. Then you buy the one of 1,500, and then before you walk down the road, it tears. You say the man is a wicked man. No, it's not wicked. We don't value artisanal work as a people. So nobody wants to go into the industry. But the highest paying industry is artisanal work. Do you know that your bricklayer has built his house? Your carpenter has built his house. It doesn't matter to him where he's living, but he's free from landlord, right? Now, do you know how many graduates have left formal work to come and train as plumbers? And today they work as plumbers.
Which brings me to my next question. Now, you said that at age 40, you decided to drop...
46.
46, you decided to drop your degree and go into plumbing.
I didn't drop my degree.
Okay.
See, as an architect, right, when I went into plumbing, I could see what the plumber cannot see. Because as an architect, I see the building. So I see how the pipes are running and the interplay between connecting the different rooms and everything. So it was an advantage to me because I already had... Now, formal education is very important. Let me at this point explain something that I try to explain to people. Primary education is the level where you are taught cognitive skills to recognize things, right? Numbers, reading, and all that, and then putting sentences together, and then you are slowly taught to recognize things. Then secondary education is where you begin to put these things to use, right?
Yes.
You start solving problems, right? But the problems that you are being asked to solve are predetermined problems.
Problems, yes.
Right? So nobody is asking you to go and do research or anything. You are given textbooks, you read the textbooks, you put them together, and then you're able to produce answer. Excellent, you have passed 100%. Now, do you know that mathematics is the easiest subject in pedagogy? Because it is only in mathematics that you can score 100%. Because it does not depend on the opinion of the teacher. 2 times 2 is 4.
There's always 4.
There's no... It's the simplest subject. But perception has taught people that it is very hard. It's the simplest subject, right? Now, when you finish secondary school, where you have been taught, how to do, small things, solve problems from first principles. Once you don't understand something from first principles, you can't do anything about it. Now, when you get to tertiary is where application comes in. Now, what do we consider to be tertiary education? We consider tertiary education to be university, polytechnic, college of education. The list is endless, right?
Yes.
But you know what? Tertiary education is where application happens. Tertiary education. Now, what is application? Application is doing. You find out how to, and then you do it. So you are given a topic in university, you go and find material to study, to read, and write a paper, right?
Yes.
Now, if you don't write a paper, you won't graduate, right? It's not, exams in universities are not simply the same way as they are in secondary school. Now, do you know that vocational education is tertiary education? Vocational learning hairdressing is tertiary education because it is application. That's what tertiary education is. Now, as long as the mind has registered that tertiary education is about getting a certificate, I don't know when last I saw my certificate, right? Learning vulcanizing is tertiary. So your ability to read means you can go online and check, so what should be the pressure for a Jeep as against a car? So when a car owner comes and says, put it on 50, you say, no, Oga. If you put it on 50, the tire becomes very light and it can burst. If you have, on a very sunny day, the road is very hot, your tire is overinflated, it can burst your tire. Oh. Now, nobody at secondary school education level can. Do you understand? So, tertiary education is about acquiring the ability to solve problems, provide solutions. And the only reason you and I are here on planet Earth is to solve problems, provide solutions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Obi. Now,
Architect.
Architect Obi.
Actually, Aki Plumber.
Aki Plumber, very good one.
Very nice title. Okay, so you've talked about you talked about human resources.
Yes.
That Africa, we have what it takes. We have the people.
Too much.
But you also agree with me that the people we're talking about don't even have interest in this. So now, what is the solution? How do we encourage young people to go into vocational training, not as plan B? And even parents don't want their children to go and learn any skills, or they just go and learn. So how do we change this? How do we go about it to ensure that they go for it?
Now, the focus on youth is on bearing. There are 40s, 50s, 60s doing nothing right now in this country. Now, see, societies are built on modeling, right? So you see the person ahead of you, how he's doing his things is how you begin to copy to do them, right? So we must begin to engage everybody. Now, I propose go on radio, National Orientation Agency.
Yes.
Right? Go on radio. Traditional rulers, what are they doing? When last did you hear from the Oba of Lagos? When last did you hear from the Oni of Ife? What initiatives are they driving in solving this? Look, the need for vocationally equipped people in Nigeria is humongous. The gap is too wide. Too wide. Now, we must begin. I watched a movie many years ago, Coming to America, Eddie Murphy. The rule in the kingdom is the heir to the throne cannot marry a foreigner. And then the son who was heir to the throne was sent to America to school. He fell in love in America with an American woman.
Yes.
So he says he wants to marry. The king says, okay, Alpha, it's not possible. Why is it not possible? He said, that is our tradition. And then the queen said, to the king, who makes tradition? See,
Yes,
the king makes
very
tradition.
true.
So if you,
The king.
that's it, tradition.
Yeah,
So,
tradition.
so we must very vigorously own up to the fact that, one, we don't have industries. We don't have industries. Why? Because there are no people to run the machines. Why don't we have power? We don't have power because there aren't the people to build the things. I went to NLNG in Bonny.
Yes.
That plant is Nigeria's largest revenue generator. Do you know that the pipes that carry the gas, those pipes are they are brushed, steel brushes, and painted regularly. They have a vast army of people who do that work. Do you know that those people didn't get employed until they went through formal training and certified according to the standard for painting pipe? Painting pipe. And if you know what they earn for painting pipe, you would drop your suit here and fly to Bonny immediately. Look, leadership must take ownership of changing the mindset. I'll give you an example, right? Lee Kuan Yew of Singapore, when he became prime minister, he said on national television, no man should marry a woman who has not gone to university. And I'm not saying this because it is to discriminate against women. No, it is to encourage women to go to school. Now, why must women go to school? Because when the children come home from school and need to do homework, who is at home? The mother. So they ask the mother a question. 2 times 2. Are you all right? Get away from here. Now, what have we encouraged as a people? We have killed in Africa, okay, let me say in Nigeria, we have killed the desire of our children to be inquisitive. We have killed the desire in our children to ask questions. Because I don't know the answer to the question, why should he be asking me? So when he asks me a question, I give him a knock on the head. When he asks me the following day, I slap him. And slowly, you kill. So, people in leadership must take ownership of this problem, right? Now, putting vocational education on the board for secondary schools is fantastic, right? But deeper thought on implementation, and one of the pivotal legs is engage traditional rulers down to the Bale level, to tell people, go and learn a vocation. Go and learn a vocation, not because you cannot go to university, but look around you. How many people who have gone to university are actually gainfully employed? University is not for everybody, right? Vocations, I can list vocations. The oil and gas, do you know, for instance, that a deep sea welders are scarce all over the world. So if you're a deep sea welder, for instance, certified, they will call you from Dubai. When deep sea welders don't do more than 2 or 3 jobs in a year. They call you, we have a job for you in Malaysia. That job is coming up in the next 1 month. They bring you to Lagos or Abuja, put you in a hotel while processing your visa. You won't get involved in any of those things. See, when you can solve problems, people will look for you.
Yes.
It's not your certificate that people are looking for. It's your ability to solve problems. I'll give you one last example. This very wealthy man here in Lagos had smell. Each time they flush the toilet, smell will come in through the air conditioner. And he was beginning to have serious problems domestically with his wife. I called people and nobody could solve the problem. Till he met somebody who said, Oga, 150K, I'll solve your problem. 150K, how? Please, you know, because of our relationship, he paid 120K to solve that problem. Guess how much it cost him to do the job? Guess, just hazard a guess. 50? He didn't spend 2,000.
Really?
That's what your ability to solve problems gives you. We have too many people who are themselves problems, who are an army of problem solvers, waiting to be energized, waiting to be, put on the line. So traditional rulers must begin to talk about people going to vocational, and the curriculum is not a cumbersome curriculum. It's not a, why, if I want to be a plumber, why should I study chemistry? Of what use is it to me?
Okay. Oh, all right, so I love that question, really. I want to be a plumber. Why you study chemistry? But you talked about, you've hinted on it again and again and again. Formal training.
Yes.
Formal training.
Critical.
Are there training centers in Nigeria, in Africa, where people can be, we're not talking about polytechnics right now, we're talking about formal training centers where these people can train properly. You don't need to go to Cotonou to get a tiler to do a perfect job. Because before you know it, Nigerians will start going to Cotonou to go and learn how to, or to go to a formal school.
They don't even want, see.
No, so do we have training centers?
Yes, there are training centers, right? They are
functional.
Yes, they are. But they are true. They are a drop in the mighty ocean called Nigeria. Like I told you, what we need is an army of trainers. It's a national policy, like the Lee Kuan Yew example I gave you, right? It's a national policy. You want to get trainers in carpentry, call in all the carpenters in Nigeria, sieve them, because not everybody can train, right? Sieve them, get 5,000, put them through a rigorous training program, training the trainers.
Yeah.
Put those 5 people in each trade. Under Fashola, we were to go to Malaysia for a training the trainers program. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Under Fashola, things were really galvanized in Lagos. They set up last verb, Lagos State Vocational Education Board, under Fashola. I did training for over 2,000 plumbers, refresher training, making them understand the need for standards and all of those things, And he did the same thing in all technical schools in Lagos. Ekpe, Badagry, Ikorodu, inside Lagos, Alimosho, yes, right? But it didn't grow as it should grow. By now, we would have an army of trainers. Under that program, I became a certified assessor of skills. All right? So these things are not rocket science. They've been done by others before. So we need an army of trainers. We need to build trainers, not classroom, polytechnic, thing. An army of people who are practitioners, who have a curriculum. We spread them across the country. There are men. I've trained female plumbers. I have female plumbers here in Lagos.
Comment to that, but
I have female plumbers. So what we need is a deliberate building up of an army of trainers, right? Once you give a 6-month program to that exercise. Keep preparing trainers. Keep preparing trainers. Where are we going to get the people who are going to train them from? We're going to have to bring in experts, expatriates, right? People who have done this thing before. People who run, schools where these things. So when we set up a school, we set up a school with the right equipment. If I tell you the things I've seen, the wastes that I've experienced, facilities set up with the wrong equipment, because I can't.
All right, sir. So I would like to ask now, which industry or sector I need rather most of skilled workers or skilled talents today, and which industry do you think we need to set up to accommodate new sets of skilled talent?
Every industry first has to be built. So the construction industry is in dire need of trained workforce. Our roads don't last because the people who are doing it don't understand what they are doing. They're just mixing and going ahead.
What about the civil engineers in the universities?
Now, how many? So you see, you have to understand how many civil engineers are overseeing the work that the civil engineer is not going to oversee the carpenter. The civil engineer is not going to oversee the plumber. The civil engineer is not going to oversee the electrician. So all of these things require, that's why we have the people. People have gone through university. I finished architecture school. I had to be admitted into the Nigerian Institute of Architects. The same thing in other NIQS and all that stuff, right? So I now ground my training in university through practice, and then I sit for a professional practice exam under the Nigerian Institute of Architects that now gives me a certificate that permits me to work as an architect in Nigeria. So all of this, now if you go to most project sites, the same way you are unwilling to engage me to do your plumbing work, for instance, I beg you, your money too much. Let me look for Baba Jami, right? It's the same way, rather than employ a certified engineer, look for an engineering student and put him on site to oversee workmen who have been working for the last 15 years. When he tells them, say, okay, take your time, I will burn you for here. And then he doesn't do anything. So when regulation, you go to a site, where's the architect? Where's your NIA certificate? You don't have. Out. Engineer, are you registered with Nigerian Society of Engineers, or are you registered with current? Where are you registered? Nowhere. Out. Plumber, where are you? Where's your certificate? Nowhere. Out. Shut down the building. Sadly, those who should oversee these things I've just enumerated also have employed people who do not have the right qualifications.
Now, we're moving towards the solution. I want to also ask, because I know some of these artisans, they belong to different societies, associations. You hear them say they must pay dues. If they don't pay dues, they come and raid your workshop and all that. So then I begin to look, what are the benefits they are actually enjoying from these associations? What are the associations doing to educate, equip, and also protect their interest?
Hardly anything other than the leeway to work. There are no trainings, there are no courses. Call any workman, any artisan, any in any trade, and ask him, have you gone through any training? All he did was apprenticeship. Have you done any refresher, anything? You won't find. So the associations are, unfortunately, been set up as a feeding bottle for those at the helm of affairs. That's why a change in leadership of those associations is rare. Because free money, once you have access to free money, it's difficult to let go. Which is where government is important. It is government that sets standards. It is government that holds people accountable for meeting those standards. And when you don't meet those standards, there's consequence. Sadly, in Nigeria, we have a society where there is no consequence for wrongdoing. No consequence. One of my workers was picked up by the police last night that he was on the street at 1 a.m. So what if he's on the street? How is that your business? He's on the street. Picked him up at 1 a.m. Now, I've paid close to 100,000 to get him released. For doing what? For doing nothing. So, those who commit, you cannot work in the UK, for instance. You cannot work in Dubai. In fact, you cannot work in Benin Republic if you do not have a certificate for the trade that you say you are practicing. You can't. You can't. You know, so we have what we call trade tests in Nigeria. Unfortunately, trade test 1, 2, 3, right? I can walk to a trade test center now. I pay, they issue me the 3 certificates without doing anything.
Exactly.
No. So leadership of the country is the only recourse, because I can't enforce on any site any of these things that I've mentioned. It is only government. LAPSCA, for instance, right? They go to a site, call me this person, call me this person, call me this person, call me this person, non-existent. You shut down the project. Then everybody sits up and takes notice. Now, once you begin to insist on those standards, then people will, of course, begin to look for ways to empower the people that they need to employ. You employ somebody, say, if I train him now, 2 years from now, he will run away. So what's the big deal? You employ another person, and is it tied to your apron string because you trained him? No. Did he provide you service while he was in training with you, while he was working with you? Yes. Accept that, move on. Get the next group of people, train them. So government, I've told you, government, National Orientation Agency, traditional rulers, down to the most village heads, the oldest man in the village. I'm not even talking about chiefs. So small communities that have elders. Let's see how we can get them to galvanize people to understand that when you work, you earn more than sitting in an office. Now, practical example, because at the end of it all is money, right? So practical example. How much does a receptionist earn typically? 100,000? That would be a very lucky receptionist, right? 100,000. But my plumber, for instance, earns 15,000 naira a day, right? So if he works for 10 days in a month, he has earned 150,000. Now, there are 24 working days in a month.
That's 450 a month or thereabouts.
$500,000 in a month, right?
Wow.
So why would he even think of going to sit down in an office? You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, that is if he gets work every day.
Every day.
Now, this is where ethics come in. He's recognized as a diligent, honest worker. So every time a company has work, they call him. And he can be on that project for 45 days at a stretch, right? And in some instances, because of the delicate nature of the job, his income could even go up to 20,000 naira a month per day, right? So, what is hindering people? What they think of you as carpenter. When I came home from the office, working in Diamond Bank, and I told my wife that I'm going to train as a plumber. It was war. I didn't marry a plumber, I married an architect. This is 19 years ago, right? But see, I couldn't find where to train locally.
Okay.
Right? So I trained online.
Online.
It cost me over £1,000 in 2006 to train as a plumber online. And then I started to do the work, getting my fingers burnt. Now, the Bible says, by reason of use, I become perfect. I tell my trainees, everybody makes mistakes. What a mistake says to you is that this is not the right way. The tragedy is if you continue to repeat it, then it's deliberate. Forget about whether we are wasting material. The key is to know that this is wrong, this is right. Once you have known the right way, it's smooth sailing thereafter, right? Now, as they are doing the practical period, I'm paying them. They are earning. As they are practicing, they are earning. Two area boys, my first set of trainees, two area boys from Alaka here, right? One has worked in Kazakhstan. He has worked in Italy. He has worked in Netherlands. He has built a house in Abuja. Plumber. Area boy that had zero future. So we must talk about this more so that parents will see the value. If you leave Nigeria as an artisan, you earn more than anybody who sits there in an office. Now, if you call me that you have a plumbing problem, for instance, you pay me a call-out charge.
A call-out charge?
Yes. Let me explain. I am coming to your house. Who will pay my transport? Who should pay my transport?
It should be induced
No.
into your total charges.
So what if the project, what if the project doesn't get off the ground at all?
Yeah.
So you have to pay for my transport to come to your house.
Which is sort of like a consultation fee.
No, it's not a consultation fee. It's my transport. It's my transport.
Transportation.
My transport.
Consultation.
See, I am coming. That's my transport to come and return to my house, right? my time that I'm spending to come and go, you pay. Then, when I finish the inspection and give you a report, now that's consultation, you pay. So there are three things that you are paying for. My transport, my time, and my knowledge. Now, this is what happens in sane climes. The time I spend in coming to your house, I should be doing a job that will earn me money. So why should I come to your house? Or what benefit is it to me to come to your house? None. Am I right?
Yes.
Am I right?
Now let's take it to the next level before we go. Instead of you going over to the person's house, let's see how we can use technology to bridge this gap. Do you see a situation whereby the person can make consultations online?
So you see, the artisan is solving a physical problem.
Definitely.
Right?
Yes.
It's not a verbal thing. The things you can resolve online are things that are verbal. Right? The things that require intervention means person has to come over. Now, I have a leak detector. Right? A leak detector will tell me where the leak in the wall is, where the pipe is leaking in the wall. Right? So once I come, I put it on, I say, that's the point. We open it, we fix it, and we go, right? In 1 hour, 1 hour and a half hours, I'm done. And then I tell you that your bill is 45,000. You say, for what? Well, what did you do that I'm paying 45,000 naira for? I say, okay, no problem. Don't worry. I'm not going to use my leak detector. Let's start breaking the wall from where the wall is wet and start looking for where the leak is. You will have by the time I finish, you will need a bricklayer to come and repair the wall. You will need a painter to come and paint the wall. You will need a tiler to come and retile. And suddenly you find that you spend 75,000. So which is cheaper? So, see, technology is an accelerator. It's not a solution. It's an accelerator of the process to save time. Because the only thing of real value you have is time.
Thank you very much.
I know they want to wrap
in less than
but
30 seconds.
In 1 minute, women in vocational field, some of them are being neglected. Or let me not use the word neglected, they are being
marginalized.
Someone who wants to go into electrical work, you tell me that it is not for women, it is for men. But this person has what it takes. This is the person's interest. I want to go into, like, I love the fact when he said that you have trained women in plumbing, so they can actually do the work. But when you tell the average person out there that I'm a plumber as a woman, there is this kind of look that
condescending
comes. You
look.
understand, like, what are you doing there? So how come those vocations that are male dominated and women actually want to go in there? Well, how do we ensure that women succeed?
So let me ask you
in a minute, sir.
Yes. Is there anything that's not male dominated? Driving cabs is male dominated, but there are female cab drivers, right? So you choose what you want to do for yourself and let every other person be damned. That's all. You're not here to satisfy the whims of anybody. You have the vision and the passion to do this. I told you I couldn't find where to train in Nigeria. I could have then thrown my hands up in the air and said, well, I tried, I couldn't. No, I looked abroad and I found and I trained, and here I'm still in Nigeria. So I offer scholarships to females who want to train as plumbers.
Whoa, that's a good news. That's a good news, really.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ovie Benitier. I wish we had more time. I really wanted to really pick your brain. I've really enjoyed this particular segment. This particular discussion has been an eye-opener. It has been educative, informative, and I'm really glad. I thank you for sparing our time to come and even educate us, not to even talk about the listeners and the viewers. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
I will definitely bring you back again.
I pray so, because this is something that is on the burner. Fire can't be allowed to go down.
Definitely. Vocational education is more than training. It is empowerment. It is the bridge between potential and opportunity, between Africa's young population and the future they deserve. I am Olumide Shokoya. See you next time as we continue to ask the big questions shaping Africa's future. Take care.
And I am Umevi Idolo. Many thanks for watching.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangbushe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics especially when you're a woman, it's tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They're in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from that to that, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you are you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, they just ensure that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. Try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me. But still one in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk. And when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel, then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November, 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out, starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment, and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer, challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing the supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born. Petroleum Products Marketing and Distribution Company. Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibaofon, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum. Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobil Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visafone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Starling House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004. Was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is chief executive and president of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to Fort Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance. And in 2012, Fort Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of Fort Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Geregu power plant for $232 million in 2013. Fort Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year-on-year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. Fort Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving Fort access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Fort Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC. Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zeno was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. Donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each. Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, Ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry. Power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing. If they like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. It's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will we take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chele going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of the Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians is neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level.
But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotro Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. Would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons or the group of persons who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it. And that's content, and you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. all around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abete, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money. From telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league. Then they will tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here. We are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekpetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events such as the Independence Day in 1960 when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Iluegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to the World News on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shukoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Nigerian Customs Operations Zone A intercept prohibited goods valued at over 10 billion naira between April 23rd and December 10, 2025. Joint Tax Board officially rebranded as the Joint Revenue Board ahead of new tax administration. Uganda is set to receive $1.7 billion in funding for health sector strategic development from the United States. Swiss National Bank retains benchmark interest rate at 0%, citing weak inflation outlook that doesn't justify moving back to the negative rate. Egypt's national football team gives public support to Mohamed Salah ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco amid disagreement with Liverpool. Welcome back. The Federal Operations Unit, Zone A of the Nigerian Customs Service, intercepted prohibited goods valued at over 10 billion naira between April 23rd and December 10, 2025. The outgoing area controller, Mohammed Shuaibu, during this visit, handing over ceremony in Lagos, said the seizure included 38 trailers of foreign bought rice, 98 exotic vehicles, 2,350 kilograms of cannabis, 25 kilograms of crystal methamphetamine, firearms, explosive, and cash totaling 31 million naira handed over to the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. A total of 38 suspects were arrested alongside 8 containers of expired pharmaceuticals valued at 7.1 billion naira. Shuaibu commended his officers' dedication and urged continued cooperation under the new area controller, Aliyu Gambo, who pledged to intensify intelligence-driven operations, uphold integrity, and enhance collaboration with stakeholders to strengthen border security and facilitate lawful trade. The federal government has reiterated its dedication to enhancing security around schools and protecting students across Nigeria. Minister of Information, Alhaji Mohammed Idris, led a federal delegation to the Niger State to discuss safety measures with Governor Umaru Bago. The visit followed the recent rescue of abducted pupils from St. Mary Catholic Primary and Secondary School, Papri, Niger. Idris praised the swift collaboration of security agencies, the Niger State government, and local communities for the successful rescue operation. He reaffirmed that President Bola Tinubu's administration prioritizes children's welfare and is committed to ensuring safe learning environments for nationwide. Governor Umar Bago thanked the federal delegation and reiterated Niger State's commitment to ongoing collaborations with the federal government on security and social stability. Both parties emphasized the importance of community involvement in safeguarding students and preventing future security breaches. The Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, stated that the federal government cannot regulate ticket price in Nigeria's fully deregulated aviation market. He explained that the private airlines set fares independently following deregulation since Babangida era. The recent surge in domestic flight fares, with increase of up to 300% on some routes, has sparked concerns. Aviation experts attribute this to seasonal demand, late bookings, and economic realities, rather than government manipulation or airline exploitation. And structural issues such as limited aircraft capacity, high fuel cost, multiple aviation charges, and low passenger volumes also drive ticket prices. Experts call for comprehensive sector reforms, including taxation and operational charges adjustment to improve profitability and accessibility for Nigerian travelers. The Air Transport Service Senior Staff Association of Nigeria, ATSEN, called on the Plateau State government to invest in airport infrastructure to enhance tourism, trade, and logistics. Its president, Comrade Illitrus Amadu, highlighted the untapped potential at Yakubu Gowon Airport in Jos. Amadu proposed collaboration with the state government to organize a civil aviation career exposition aimed at creating awareness among students and primary school pupils about opportunities in the aviation sector. He recalled Plateau's historic aviation scholarship program in the 1980s as a model for future initiatives. The Plateau State Deputy Governor, Mrs. Josephine Pio, representing the governor, affirmed the importance of investing in human capital to maintain international standards in aviation. She highlighted the need for improved safety service delivery and technological advancements across the sector. Abia State government, in partnership with the Niger Delta Power Holding Company, NDPHC, has begun constructing a 7.5 megawatt 3011 kVA injection substation in Umaya. Governor Alex Orty described the initiative as transformative, aiming to boost power supply and improve distribution reliability across the state. The project, executed under the National Integrated Power Project, includes a 1 kilometer 33 kV line and 1.2 kilometer of 11 kVA line, 2 300 kVA distribution substations, and 2 kilometers of low tension line. Governor Orty highlighted the federal support and applauded President Bola Tinubu's power sector reforms. that encourage private investment and state participation. NDPHC officials reaffirmed commitments to providing reliable electricity, emphasizing the project's role in empowering communities and driving economic growth. Upon completion, the substation will enhance electricity supply, support small businesses, promote industrial development, and improve quality of life in Umuahia and surrounding areas. The Joint Tax Board has officially rebranded the Joint Revenue Board ahead of new tax administration laws taking effect on January 1st, 2026. The transition follows the Joint Revenue Board of Nigeria Establishment Act 2025, signed by President Bola Tinubu in June. Board Chairman Dr. Zacchaeus Adedeji described the new logo and brand as symbols of transformation, emphasizing a more unified, efficient national revenue administration. He urged states and institutions to align with the new framework for smooth takeoff of the 2026 tax regime. Executive Secretary Olusegun Adesokun highlighted efforts to harmonize taxpayer data and build a national tax ID system linked to NIN and company registration numbers. The JRB will also coordinate taxes, levies, and rates nationwide, strengthening compliance and creating a more inclusive revenue environment. Cocoa prices have risen over 12% in early December, climbing from $5,510 to above $6,200 per ton on global market. The recovery follows 6 consecutive months of declines and narrowing global surplus. Estimates the National Cocoa Organization lowered 2024-2025 global surplus forecast to 49,000 metric tons from 442,000 metric tons, while production estimates fell to 4.69 million metric tons. Reduced shipments from Côte d'Ivoire have also helped tighten supply. Weather improvements in major producing countries are supporting harvest, while seasonal factors and past disruption had previously pressured prices. Despite the rebound, cocoa remains down 49.5% year-to-date, highlighting ongoing volatility in the market. Still to come in the news, Egypt's Civil Aviation Ministry has invited private companies to manage, operate, and develop Uganda International Airport. We'll bring you more of this and more after the break. Stay tuned.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to the World News. The South African rand declined earlier today as investors assess the U.S. Federal Reserve's recent 25 basis point rate cut. Traders also awaited local economic data, including mining, manufacturing, and employment report. The currency traded at 16.97 per dollar, down to 0.4% from the previous session. The Federal Reserve's cautious stance signals borrowing costs may not fall further risk in sensitive currencies, like the rand, often respond to global policy shift alongside domestic data. Analysts are closely watching the formal sector employment and business confidence figures. South Africa's benchmark 2035 government bond strengthened, with yields falling to 8.465%. Investors anticipate insights from mining output and manufacturing production to gauge industrial health. Overall, the rand's movement reflects both global and local economic pressures. Uganda will receive up to $1.7 billion in U.S. funding over 5 years for its health sector. The funding comes under the Trump administration's America First Global Health Strategy. Kenya and Rwanda have secured similar agreements recently. The United States support will target HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, malaria, maternal and child health, and polio programs. Uganda will contribute an additional $500 million to gradually assume greater financial responsibility. Officials expect improvement in national health system and workforce capacity. The funding arrives amid a reduction in U.S. foreign aid and closure of U.S. aid operations. The partnership emphasizes transitioning countries towards self-reliance in healthcare. Uganda aims to strengthen institutional frameworks while delivering disease-specific outcomes. Egypt's Civil Aviation Ministry has invited private companies to manage, operate, and develop Hurghada International Airport. The announcement aims to enhance efficiency and attract investment bids, officially opened on December 10, 2025. Now, the move is part of Egypt's broader strategy to modernize its aviation infrastructure. Private operators are expected to improve services, boost capacity, and expand commercial activities. The initiative targets both domestic and international travelers. This public-private partnership models aligns with global trends in airport management authorities, enforces transparency, competitive selection for operators. Successful bidders will oversee operations, development, and long-term strategic growth. The United Arab Emirates, UAE, and the European Union are making swift progress in free trade negotiations. United Arab Emirates State Minister Lana Naseba said talks cover goods, services, investment, and cooperation in strategic sectors like renewable energy, green hydrogen, and critical raw materials. Officials have described the discussion as very productive. The fourth round of the negotiation is scheduled in the UAE this week, with the fifth round planned for early 2026. The European Union is UAE's second largest trading partner, accounting for 8.3% of non-oil trade. The Gulf state is also EU's largest export destination and investment partner in the Middle East and North Africa. The talks reflect deepening economic ties and a push to expand bilateral trade beyond hydrocarbons. Both sides aim to strengthen cooperation in technology, energy transition, and critical supply chains. Success could create new investment opportunities and reinforce the UAE's role as a regional economic hub. China's economic policymakers signal potential interest rate cuts and increased fiscal stimulus to support the slowing economy. Now, the announcement followed the Central Economic Work Conference attended by President Xi Jinping. Officials emphasized flexible and efficient use of monetary tools to maintain liquidity. The leadership indicated a willingness to adjust reserve requirements and leverage budgetary measures to sustain economic growth. Analysts view the statement as a signal of proactive intervention amid weakening momentum at the end of the 2025. Markets may respond positively to anticipated policy support. Policymakers stressed balancing stimulus with long-term financial stability, avoiding excessive risks to debt levels. The measures aims to boost domestic demand and encourage investment. Economic observers will monitor upcoming policy actions for concrete signals on timing and scale of interventions. Now, Chinese policymakers pledged to strengthen measures to stabilize the housing market following a prolonged slump in real estate activity. Now, officials emphasize efforts to support affordable housing and revive demand for existing properties. The announcement came after the Central Economic Work Conference in Beijing. The government aims to encourage purchases of existing homes, particularly for affordable housing programs, to restore market confidence. Analysts say the policy signals a shift towards more targeted stimulus. The sector has faced years of declining sales and slowing construction. Stabilizing the property market is seen as crucial for China's broader economic growth and social stability. Policymakers are weighing for the fiscal monetary support to boost housing demand. Market observers will monitor upcoming measures for potential impacts on developers and investors. Saudi Arabia's stock market underperformed in 2025, trailing other emerging market equities. Investors remain pessimistic about 2026, expecting minimal improvement. Weak oil prices are cited as key factor behind the market's decline. Commodities trader Transfigura forecast a super glut that could further depress Saudi equities. Citigroup analysts advise investors to underweight the market, citing poor earnings growth. Momentum indicators show limited appeal for potential buyers in the kingdom. Despite global rebounds in emerging markets, Saudi stocks struggled to attract investor interest. Declining oil revenues and lack of catalysts contribute to cautious sentiment. Traders brace for continued volatility as the new year approaches. Now, still to come in the news, European natural gas futures climbed from a 20-month low driven by reduced LNG imports. We'll bring you more of this after this break. Stay tuned.
Housing infrastructure as a driver of economic growth. In virtually every nation, the discourse on economic growth often revolves around output, foreign investment, technology, and human capital development. Yet, one element that remains underexplored but profoundly fundamental is housing infrastructure. Housing is more than shelter. It is an economic commodity, a social stabilizer, and a catalyst for development. From job creation to stimulating demand in allied industries, and from serving as collateral for wealth creation to enabling urban renewal, housing infrastructure stands at the heart of sustainable economic advancement. At the core of modern economies, housing represents both a consumption good and an investment asset. For households, it is often the most valuable property they own. For governments, housing development is a visible marker of social responsibility, while for economies, it serves as a growth engine with multiplier effects across sectors. According to Bayo Olaoye, veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, well-planned housing infrastructure is not just about erecting buildings. When integrated with urban planning, it prevents slum expansion, enhances livability, and boosts productivity. World Bank estimates show that the real estate and construction sector contributes between 7% and 14% of global GDP, depending on the region. In advanced economies, such as United States, housing-related activities, construction, real estate, mortgage finance, home improvement, and property services are major drivers of employment and wealth creation. In emerging economies like Nigeria, housing contributes about 3.1% of GDP, though with vast untapped potential. Its influence cuts across financial markets, labor absorption, raw material demand, and energy consumption patterns. One of the clearest pathways through which housing drives growth is job creation. Development requires diverse skilled and unskilled labor, from architects and engineers to masons, electricians, and artisans. The construction phase alone is labor-intensive and generates immediate employment. Beyond that, housing stimulates growth in allied sectors such as cement, steel, timber, and glass. Industries producing furniture, interior decor, and home appliances thrive as household spending increases, while financial institutions expand their mortgage and insurance portfolios. The International Labour Organization, ILO, estimates that each housing unit constructed generates between 5 and 7 jobs, depending on project complexity. In countries grappling with high youth unemployment, this represents a powerful avenue for labor absorption and poverty reduction. Furthermore, housing facilitates wealth accumulation and capital formation. Unlike consumer goods that depreciate, housing retains or increases in value. For many households, home ownership is the foundation of financial security and upward mobility. Housing assets also serve as collateral for credit, driving entrepreneurship and industrial growth. However, in many developing nations, underdeveloped housing finance systems limit credit access, stifling broader economic potential. Expanding housing infrastructure can therefore deepen financial systems, democratize wealth, and strengthen the foundation for inclusive growth. As the United Nations projects that nearly 70% of the global population will live in urban areas by 2050, nations like Nigeria must treat housing as a strategic tool for urban renewal and sustainable development. Cities with adequate housing attract investment, foster innovation, and enhance livability, while poor housing conditions breed overcrowding, insecurity, and economic inefficiency. In essence, housing infrastructure is not merely about buildings, it's about building economies. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to the World News on SOUQ News Television. Now, the Swiss National Bank has kept its benchmark interest rate at 0, citing a weakened inflation outlook that doesn't yet justify a move back to a negative rate. Now, the decision marks the second consecutive quarter of no change. All 23 economists surveyed had projected the hold. Market expectations aligned with the bank's stance, with traders pricing in only a slim possibility of a rate cut. Policymakers signaled caution as inflation pressures continue easing across the economy. The bank emphasized maintaining stability while monitoring global monetary shift. The latest decision reinforces Switzerland's gradual approach to policy adjustment after exiting negative rate. Officials suggested that further moves will depend on economic data and inflation dynamics. Investors now focus on upcoming projections for clearer direction on future policies. Brazil's central bank kept its benchmark SELIC rate at 15%, the highest since 2006, for the fourth consecutive meeting. Policymakers gave no sign of imminent rate cuts, maintaining a hawkish tone. Investors were left frustrated as economic activity shows signs of slowing. The bank slightly lowered inflation forecast for 2026 and 2027 to 3.5% and 3.2% respectively, edging closer to a 3% target. Market expectations for rate cuts have shifted between January and March of 2026. Analysts predict an initial reduction of 25 basis points in March, potentially rising to 50. Brazil's third quarter gross domestic product grew only by 0.1%, reflecting weaker household consumption. Consumer inflation eased to 4.46% in November, the lowest in over a year. The central bank stressed that future decisions will depend on ongoing data, avoiding pre-announcement on policy shifts. European natural gas futures climbed from a 20-month low driven by reduced liquefied natural gas imports. Traders are evaluating how slower flow of liquefied natural gas (LNG) will impact the region's supply. Despite milder weather lowering heating demand, the need for consistent flow remains. And December LNG imports to the major ports in northwest Europe and Italy have decreased compared to the previous month. This decline has kept gas prices in a relatively narrow range throughout the week. The balance between supply and demand continues to shape market dynamics. While mild temperatures have reduced immediate heating needs, Europe still relies on steady fuel inflows to maintain stability. Market participants are closely monitoring the situation for any shift in supply patterns. The ongoing trends could influence pricing and future energy strategies. Now, the European Central Bank ECB announced plans to simplify its supervision of lenders in 2026, aiming to reduce cost and improve efficiency. The reforms will accelerate approval processes for straightforward decisions such as banks' use of excess capital. Share buybacks may benefit from the faster review in the first quarter. The ECB's changes are part of a broader overhaul of its oversight framework dating back to 2022. Regulators intend to strike a balance between maintaining financial stability and easing operational burdens on banks. The streamlined approach could improve banks' agility in capital management decisions. Industry observers say the reforms may foster more investment and support lending capacity in the Eurozone. ECB officials emphasize that complex cases will continue to receive rigorous scrutiny. The measures are expected to clarify regulatory expectations and reduce procedural delay for banks. And sport. Former Super Eagles goalkeeper, coach Greg Etafia has provided an encouraging update on Stanley Nwabali's fitness ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Nwabali, sidelined by injury while playing for Chippa United, has begun light grass training after completing gym work. The 28-year-old's recovery is progressing well, easing concerns within the Nigerian squad. Etafia shared insight from Chippa United teammates confirming Nwabali is feeling better and actively participating in team routines. The club has not yet gone on break, allowing goalkeeper to maintain momentum in his rehabilitation. Both the gym session and on-field training are helping him rebuild fitness ahead of the tournament. Etafia expressed confidence that Nwabali will be ready for AFCON, citing positive early signs in his recovery. A fully fit Nwabali could strengthen Nigeria's title ambition following his standout performances in the previous tournament. Continued progress could ensure that Super Eagles retain a reliable presence in goal for Morocco 2025. Amid uncertainty over Mohamed Salah's Liverpool future, his Egypt teammates had publicly supported their captain ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco. Several players praised Salah's leadership and resilience, emphasizing that temporary challenges at club level will not affect his national team role. Egypt, drawn in Group B, will be based in Agadir for the first round. Teammates including Ahmed Hassan, Ahmed Zizou El Sayed, and goalkeeper Mohamed Sobe urged Salah to remain focused, highlighting his legendary status. Head coach Hossein Hassan echoed their sentiment, calling Salah a symbol of perseverance. Despite Liverpool's struggles, the Pharaohs remain confident Salah will deliver at AFCON. Salah has faced heartbreak in 4 previous AFCON tournaments, with 2 runners-up finishes and 2 early exits. This year, Egypt boasts attacking talent alongside Salah, including Omar Mamouche, Mustafa Mohamed, Mahmoud Hassan, and Zizou. With Egypt and South Africa both qualifying for 2026 World Cup, Group B promises highly competitive matches ahead of the tournament starting December 21st. That's it on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Nigeria Customs Service intercepts prohibited goods valued over 10 billion naira between April and December 2025. Joint Tax Board officially rebranded as the Joint Revenue Board ahead of the new tax administration. Uganda is set to receive $1.7 billion in funding for health sector strategic development from the United States. Swiss National Bank retains benchmark interest rate at 0%, citing weak inflation outlook. And in sport news, Egypt national football team gives public support to Mohamed Salah ahead of 2025 Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco amid disagreement with Liverpool. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokoya. Thanks for watching.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the north central and northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
My name is Muiba Wonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch telly, and I live a good life to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner, and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or a woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. I learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries maybe because through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but they must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. To borrow the quotation. Yeah. That's our society, that's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so-called popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have fought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet is, women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that. I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interests of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused.
Yes, it's a two-way
thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all over. Give me a job specific that a woman cannot do, then I'll change my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for party, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of food. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands and they have. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do as much as your, to as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Yeah. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. It should, it doesn't, you know, if their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. Show our women that have, you know, contributed to the society.
Yeah.
Show them, showcase them, showcase them.
Yeah.
We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo Iweala. We have, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria.
Okay.
Who do that? I did talk about Kekele. I mean, we're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, Okonjo Iweala the same. We have a lot.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top, and I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary, and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder officially, because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fail, who never fail, forevermore Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanunwako. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waide Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people were up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them will not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8-9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8-9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Côte d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Côte d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. The witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a 20 deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV nights every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football, yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's where we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment, stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, Environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.